or techniques in which sport? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Derek to see if we know the answer. Hey, Derek. Oh, no. All right, Derek, what sport are we talking about?
Trampolining.
Yeah, trampolining. Yeah. Hang on a second, Derek. Got a pair of tickets for you to go see Annie, one of the most beloved musicals of all time at the Kimmel Cultural Campus this October. Also, don't miss the Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest, which is this Saturday at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And the free event is kicking off the season with performances, activities, and best ticket deals of the season. Info at kimmelculturalcampus.org.
Speaking of trampolining, have you seen, and there's a whole bunch of videos up that are making the rounds now, where people surround the perimeter of the trampoline.
Yeah.
And the person jumping, Preston, gets launched to ridiculous heights.
I saw a guy do 9 flips.
That's insane.
God.
And it looked like he kind of came down on his neck.
Yeah, it'll be fun until somebody dies.
Right,
Yeah.
Which they probably will. Once you're going up that high, it doesn't matter if you're landing on a trampoline or not. All right, so Succession and Ted Lasso emerged as returning champions at the 74th Annual Emmy Awards on a night that tilted toward repeat winners.
Yep.
While spreading the wealth in a way that appeared to celebrate diversity among talent, platforms, and content. After Netflix's record-tying performance in 2021, HBO reasserted its dominance in the now annual battle with Netflix for supremacy in the realm of prestige. Led by the limited series The White Lotus, whose 5 awards on Monday night, coupled with a handful of technical prizes at the earlier creative arts ceremonies, let it check out with 10 overall wins this season, more than any other program.
Did anyone here watch White Lotus?
I did not.
I actually did. I watched the first episode, and it's just I didn't go back to it, not because I didn't like it. It's just too much
to
stuff
watch.
out there.
Yeah.
Remind me what it's about.
These people show up to this resort, and I think there's something going on at the resort.
Is it like a murder mystery? Is it comedic? Is it?
It's not comedic. Well, no. I mean, I didn't think it was comedic.
Okay.
But Jennifer Coolidge is in it.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, the girl with the great boobies.
By the way, Casey, as he said that, did this kind of juggling gesture with his hands. The girl with the great... and then he stopped.
Yes.
Daddario? Alexander,
yeah.
She's in it.
Boobies. And now the award for best boobies.
Your pause. The girl with the
because-
great, like you couldn't stop yourself.
Just try not to be as misogynistic today as normal, you know?
It's Misogyny Tuesdays, though.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Mondays.
No. We do it on Tuesday.
Okay.
HBO collected 12 of the 25 statuettes awarded at Monday's ceremony. That included a second win for Succession, which sat out last year due to the eligibility window, leaving the door open for The Crown to sweep the drama voting. Ted Lasso became comedy's back-to-back winner for the show, as well as stars Jason Sudeikis and Brett Goldstein, an increasingly rare feat, if only because shows now more frequently take longer breaks between runs. Denied an opportunity to make history as a non-English language drama winner as Parasite did at the Oscars, Netflix's social media sensation Squid Game garnered awards for star Lee Jung-jae and directing. And the show had previously earned a quartet of victories at the Creative Arts ceremony. Adding the earlier ceremonies with Monday Night, HBO totaled 38 Emmys this year, far ahead of second place Netflix at 26. Apple's TED-powered showing left the streaming service with 9 overall, tied with Disney Plus behind Hulu, with 10 thanks largely to its fact-based limited series. So Cheryl Lee Ralph woke up the audience, and we're going to play a clip of her.
Yeah.
Because it says in this review that it was kind of a sleepy start to the show.
It was okay.
But she woke up the audience and she became only the second black woman to win supporting actress in a comedy for ABC's Abbott Elementary, which takes place here in Philadelphia. By the way, a win notched 35 years after Jackée Harry broke through for 227. So that's how long it's been.
Wow.
And she sang in her acceptance speech. So this is her as she stepped to the podium.
I am an endangered species.
So she comes from the world of Broadway.
Yeah,
from what
she
I
does.
understand.
Yeah.
But I sing no victim song. I am a woman, I am an artist, and I know.
Wow.
Where my voice belongs.
Wow. Now, you're too modest to mention this, Preston, but that's exactly how you accepted the National Radio Hall of Fame.
I did.
Yeah.
I didn't want to show off.
It was just as glorious when you did it.
The emotion caught up in me. All right,
Everybody there loved it.
This is part 2. This is her speaking. Here we go.
To anyone who has ever had a dream and thought your dream wouldn't, couldn't come true, I am here to tell you that this is what believing looks like. This is what striving looks like. And don't you ever give up on you, because if you get a Quinta Brunson in your corner, if you get a husband like mine in your corner, if you get children like mine in your corner, and if you've got friends like everybody who voted for me, cheered for me, love me, thank you.
Going for it. I love it. We have a couple of other speeches. Zendaya got her drama actress for Euphoria. Was that best? Hang on.
Yeah, for best.
Yeah, best actress in a drama series, man.
She's super talented on all counts. And I think she also apparently, Preston, I'm all about the fashion. That's me.
Of course.
I think she was the winner of the best dressed.
Okay. Here's her acceptance speech.
My greatest wish for Euphoria was that it could help heal people. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who has shared their story with me. I want you to know that anyone who has loved a Rue or feels like they are a Rue, I want you to know that I'm so grateful for your stories, and I carry them with me, and I carry them with her. So thank you so much.
So her and Tom Holland are a power couple, right?
Oh, yeah, big time. Before I go through the list of winners, Kenan Thompson was the host of the event.
He did a solid job. We talked to him prior to it.
Yep.
And he said he was going to play it sort of, not get too controversial, and he didn't.
All right, and here's him speaking about the TV providing an escape.
Tonight, we celebrate the hundreds and hundreds of shows that were produced this year, and then we give awards to about 5 of them. Now, we're all here because we love TV. It helps make life easier. We turn on the news, and every story is about rich people being greedy and shady. So we use TV to escape from all of that with shows like Succession, Ozark, and Better Call Saul. Now, a lot of the shows up for Best Drama were hard to watch. Stranger Things was hard to watch because it's so scary. Squid Game was hard to watch because it's so violent. And Yellow Jackets was hard to watch because it's on Showtime.
All right, so let me give you a thumbnail look at who won what. Best Drama Series went to Succession. Best Actress in a Drama Series. So I'll do the drama stuff first. Zendaya, as we said, Best Actor went to Lee Jong-jae for Squid Game. Best Supporting Actress in a Drama Series, Julia Garner for Ozark. Best Supporting Actor in a Drama Series went to Matthew McFadden for Succession. In comedy, that went to Ted Lasso, as we said earlier. Best Actress in a comedy went to Jean Smart for Hacks. Actor in a comedy series went to Jason Sudeikis for Ted. Best Supporting Actress in a comedy went to Cheryl Lee Ralph, who we heard the clip from. Best Supporting Actor in a comedy series, Brett Goldstein for Ted Lasso. And Best Limited or Anthology Series was The White Lotus, who took everything.
Yeah, I might have to check that out.
Best Actress in a Limited Series, Movie, or Anthology went to Amanda Seyfried for The Dropout.
She was really good in that.
Actor in a Limited Series, Movie, or Anthology went to Michael Keaton for Dope Sick. Best Supporting Actress in a Limited or Anthology Series went to Jennifer Coolidge for The White Lotus. And Best Supporting Actor in a Limited Series went to Murray Bartlett for The White Lotus as well. Best Variety Talk Series, Last Week Tonight with John Oliver was a winner. And Best Variety Sketch Series was Saturday Night Live. And then there's a bunch of other categories, but those are the kind of the big thumbnail ones.
Lorne Michaels, the older he gets, the more Dr. Evil sounding. he was the predicate for that voice.
Yeah.
But it's just funny to hear him speak now.
I had heard that Jennifer Coolidge thanked me when she was on stage when she won for White Lotus.
Yeah. We do. Do we have that?
Who'd she thank?
Yep.
Me.
Casey, listen to this. Listen.
Well, first I got to, because I didn't think this was going to happen. Hold on, wait. I love you. I didn't forget you, Dave Bernard. I love you. Mark Kamine, thank you. Nick Hall. And then Casey Bloys. Those are all the producers.
There you
Casey
go.
Boy.
How about that?
That's amazing, Casey. That's so
Crazy.
cool.
That's pretty cool.
She said it.
They forget so often.
Yeah. That Casey Bloys is, that's his name.
It's Casey Bloys.
Bloys.
Oh,
he's the...
No, she says Casey
she
Boy.
said you.
Yeah, he's the head honcho over at HBO.
And then Casey Bloys. Those are all the
Casey Boy.
Casey Boys.
We need to interview Casey Bloys because...
We do.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure there are many times that he's confused. People confuse him for you.
Yeah.
You get confused for him.
It's got to suck.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah,
So,
it's like Halle Berry and
and Haley Bailey. Halle Bailey.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right. So anyhow, the Emmys are in the books now. I do have a few other things to get to. Leonardo DiCaprio isn't wasting any time. Shortly after it was announced that he and Camilla Morrone are going their separate ways after 4 years together, People reports the Titanic actor is spending some time with model Gigi Hadid. And we said that this might get him closer to us because Gigi hangs in New Hope.
She does. And we really, honestly, I think we're probably, and we have to be realistic, we're probably about 2 to 3 weeks away from a Leonardo DiCaprio interview.
An exclusive.
Yeah.
Let's go. Listen, if they become official, I'm awarding Bucksco some points.
You have to.
So a source told the publication they are getting to know each other. Leo is definitely pursuing Gigi.
Getting to know you.
That's what's happening.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're hanging out in New Hope.
I hope so. It's
up all their witchcraft
It's a little
stuff.
bohemian town.
Yeah.
You know,
I
he
think
would
it
fit
appeals to
right in.
Leo, yeah.
Courtney Kardashian appeared on the Today Show yesterday and commented on becoming Mrs. Barker in May. And she said it was just a given. It wasn't a thought, meaning how the name, she would use the name. So now my middle name is Kardashian, so she'll be Courtney Kardashian Barker.
That's like what Kim Kardashian was, Kim Kardashian West, right?
Correct. And she also commented on how easy their relationship is. She said, I think of times and other relationships when things weren't so easy, and it's just like, when it's right, it's right.
Does she suggest in any way that it's like Sunday morning?
No, she didn't say it was easy like Sunday morning. But I think we all know that probably is what she implied. Not 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
Did she do the guitar part of the song by any chance? One of my favorite songs.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
On the set of the premiere of the Drew Barrymore show on Monday. They had an off and on again relationship between 2007 2010. And let's play a little bit of this because she got a little bit emotional.
She got emotional.
Yeah, here's the clip.
I feel like we've been through so much together, too. You know, I feel
She got real emotional. Okay, hang on.
like I always wanted to prove to you what a different person I was than when we dated.
You were the best.
I mean, we had so much
it's
fun.
Fine. No, I know. It was a different...
But we were more hedonistic, more immature.
Yeah.
We would get together, we would break up. You know, there was chaos. It was hella fun.
Fun chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, most hedonism is fun.
Wow.
So they banged a lot.
I want somebody crying over me like that. How much they miss our time together.
Most people are like in my past are laughing and thrilled.
Yeah. Play that from the beginning again, Case. Here we go.
I feel like we've been through so much together, too. You know, I feel like I always wanted to prove to you what a different person I was.
Okay. So
She's Rick.
But he replied, fun chaos, most hedonism is fun. And that he said that he cherished their time together. He said, I love that we maintained our love because I know that from my end, it will never go away. I love you always. I'm glad that we are able to still have that. I mean that I'll always love you. And she got into even more tears after that.
So, Preston, in this video, and if you see in the beginning that's airing in the studio here, Drew Barrymore's wearing these heels. And I saw in them a couple of times last night as I was watching the Emmys. Is this back, this kind of...
Like a platform?
Like super high platform shoes.
That is very high. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Her set is bothering me, though. I don't like that she's on the left.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're used to Ellen being on the right.
Or most people
I
on
guess,
the right.
most hosts are on the right.
James Corden is also on the left, probably because he's British.
It's British, they sit on.
Yeah, and Kathy, I can't think of anyone else.
Right?
Yeah, most other people sit on the right, and the guest
we've talked about this with like television sitcoms about how like when you enter like the living room or whatever, like some front doors are to the left, some front doors are to the right. Most of them I feel like are to the left, but different strokes is on the right.
Everybody loves Raymond.
That's on the right.
Wait, what do you mean the front doors are on the left?
All right, so on
the main
Full
set.
House,
Yeah.
where's the front door in Full House on the set? When somebody knocks on the door, where does everybody go?
Usually the way the camera is faced into the main living room, somebody will enter the door.
Okay, got it,
they don't come from your perspective.
Oh, got it. I see what you're saying. saying. Okay.
Yeah, and every now and then the door is actually
in the ceiling.
Where like Fresh Prince, for instance.
Like I remember the Jeffersons was on the left.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
Jefferson's on the right. Who do you call it?
Okay.
Fresh Prince. The camera is the front door, I think. Sometimes the front door is in the back of the stage. We should talk about this later. We could have a great discussion.
All in the Family, the right.
All in the Family,
Yes,
right.
All in the Family was on the right.
The left.
Cheers on the left.
Cheers on the left.
And into the bar.
Yep.
Right.
Seinfeld in the middle.
Wings, the left.
I'd say Seinfeld is the right, no?
Seinfeld is the
Or
right.
back.
Three's
No, it's
Company,
the back. Three's Company was definitely back.
Still to the right.
Seinfeld's middle back.
Middle
I think the
back, yeah.
Jeffersons was on the left.
No,
it's on
the
right.
kitchen was on the left.
Yeah,
I
because
thought
I remember
the kitchen was on the right.
No, there was a guy that was trying to steal George's wallet a few weeks ago when I was watching on Me TV.
Remember
and,
that?
He threw him out the right hand side, and like they went into the elevator on
Preston,
the right
did
hand
you
side.
and I did? I used to do this. I used to watch the Jeffersons in a mirror. Did you?
Maybe I did that. No, my world is being rocked. I will have to see that. I will have to see proof of that because I thought I always saw George and Wheezy coming in from the left.
That's a good band name.
Yeah. George and Wheezy from the left. I'll write that down in a little bit.
From the left.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what else I have. We only have time for a couple more.
It's up on the screen here, Preston.
Okay. I was thinking that the camera perspective was from the other way. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, you guys are right.
George and Wheezy from the left.
Gabrielle Union, I'm sorry, discussed the possibility of a Bring It On sequel with Entertainment Tonight on Sunday. Now, they already did different versions
They've
of
done
that,
about 11 of them.
but maybe they would do this with the original stars.
That'd be
of that.
interesting.
That'd be kind of cool.
Instead of Bring It On, it would be Bring Me Pudding.
Kirsten Dunst.
Right.
And who was the beautiful dark-haired gal
God almighty.
who kind of fell off the face of the earth?
Eliza
Dushku.
Dushku.
Yes.
the doucher.
She
Was she in True Lies? Was she the daughter?
She was.
She's the little
was
girl.
the daughter.
Yeah.
You're not a doucher.
Turns out you're not a doucher.
We need that clip. I need that clip.
Turns out you're not a doucher.
I love that. So
Become best friends. Yep.
now I'm thinking of the clip of the CGI'd deep fake.
Oh my
Stallone,
God! Stallone and Schwarzenegger.
as
It's
stepbrothers.
brilliant.
As the best. Turns out you're not a doucher. All right. So anyhow, Gabrielle Union said, "I've heard many takes over the years, but I'm hearing some really great takes from big name writers that are very surprising."
Do you think they could Cobra Kai this up?
Maybe. Yeah, have like the kids become the focus.
Yeah.
Union shared that one possible route involves her character, Isis, as the mother of a young cheerleader. She said, imagine if her daughter was, a high stepper from Jackson State, Hawthorne State, or Hampton. There's so many forms of cheerleading that we don't get to celebrate. The possibilities are endless, she said. So possibly. We'll see about that.
I love that movie.
Steve, according to The Hollywood Reporter, A-Team actor Jack Ging, is that how you say his name? G-I-N-G?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Died on Friday. He was 90 years old. He was known for his roles starring opposite of Clint Eastwood. in Hang 'em High, Play Misty for Me, and High Plains Drifter. He also regularly appeared on series such as Mannix and Riptide.
He was a friend of Eastwood's.
He must have been, yeah. So, but I know we had A-Team fans here, so I'm not that familiar with them. So, all right, and then finally, this is interesting news, Steve. Charlie Cox has described the upcoming Daredevil Born Again series as, quote, a whole new thing. It's expected to premiere on Disney Plus sometime in spring 2024 and will star Cox as Matt Murdock. Daredevil Born Again will be part of the MCU's Phase 5. It will be MCU's 27th television series to date.
Whoa. So does that include like all the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. type
all
stuff?
That stuff,
okay.
Yeah. So he first appeared as Murdock in the series on Netflix 2015. It ran for 3 seasons. He also starred as Daredevil in the miniseries The Defenders in 2017. While Daredevil was canceled in 2018, there were rumors that the series might continue on Disney Plus as the streaming service was launched in 2019. In May 2022, it was confirmed that a Daredevil TV series would be developed for Disney Plus, and Cox will reprise his role alongside Vincent D'Onofrio's Wilson Fisk. So he's going to be in it too.
He has to be.
That's the word anyhow. Yeah. Since the announcement, there has been debate on whether the new series would act as a season 4 for Daredevil or if it will be a complete reboot. And Cox has firmly stated that it is completely new. His exact quote is, it is a season 1. It is not season 4. So it is a whole new thing, he said, which I think is the way to go. If you're going to do it again, do it differently.
I saw Spider-Man No Way Home with Craig Legans in the theater. And when Charlie Cox shows up on screen, Craig let out this audible, yes! And he was like, so excited to see Daredevil back in the Marvel Universe.
Here's the issue. That Netflix version, those series that they did, their Marvel series, were so effing good.
Yeah.
I would say, and I will say, they're better than any of the Disney series right now. There's been some good stuff, but nothing, by my reckoning, rocked as hard as the first 2 seasons of Daredevil, of The Punisher, of Jessica Jones, the Netflix stuff, Luke Cage.
Right.
Excellent. It's a lot more brutal. Preston, you remember how brutal the original season? You watched the first season.
Yep.
It was amazing. Yep. You're not going to get that on Disney Marvel.
Well, we'll see where they go with this. All right, we're ready for some clips. Here we go. Clerks 3, the sequel to the 1994-2006 Clerks films, is a product of an egoless filmmaker with nothing to lose. In this clip, Kevin Smith talks about the first time that he didn't connect with Dante.
I knew that I was going to use the heart attack as the storyline, but it always seemed like a Randall thing to do, which is so strange because Dante is literally based on me. And it sounds weird to say, I just didn't think Dante would ever make a movie, which is weird because I was Dante and I did make a movie.
Clerks Theaters, Clerks 3 is in theaters today, by the way.
So far, believe it or not, it's getting some of the best reviews of his career.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. I hope it's really solid. Next clip, here we go. In Handmaid's Tale, Season 5, June continues her fight to find her daughter Hannah as Gilead's influence expands in Canada. Here, star Elizabeth Moss talks about choosing between her character's 2 love interests in the show.
I am in a very tough place here because I adore both of the men who are on this show. I adore OT and I adore Max. And I have been asked so many times, like, which one are you, Team Nick? I will never answer that question.
Handmaid's Tale Season 5 is out on Hulu today.
Oh, did they do a full
that.
episode, full series dump at once?
No, I think they probably do the 2 thing. That's what they've done in the past, and then they roll it out weekly. So we'll see.
As I mature in life, there is a place for the single episode rollout.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
especially if it's something you want to savor.
Yep.
Because I have been gluttonous when it comes to, like, in fact, the first season of Daredevil I watched in one sitting.
We're buzzing through Cobra Kai, and I'm already like bummed out that we're more than halfway through it. I'm like, oh man,
Gotta make it last.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Sweeter that way.
I think the Handmaids is until tomorrow, though.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at their thing over here. It says September 14th.
All right, then I have erroneous information here. Then we'll try and clarify that. Season 5 out tomorrow on Hulu. Maybe Clerks 3 is in theaters tomorrow too. I don't know.
Maybe Clerks 3 is playing on your phone right now.
It could be, for all I know. All right, with that's the entertainment report, and we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got a Tuesday morning to get through. Let's do it when we return.
Yes. Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She got just a wonderful beef.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. And she's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's Men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my my God.
But there's countless names like that that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. The baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planner. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
Now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop. This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind riding
This is my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology.
You're saying that you're not taking the one out of your butt and then putting it down your mouth, right?
No,
so that's not. Everything's been cleaned.
Okay. No A to M in a medical facility.
So the one that I found the hardest was it went up my nose, down my throat. This is when they were trying to figure out what was going on with my esophagus.
Yes.
And
that one sucks
because they tell you to fight the urge to swallow.
Yes.
And I'm like, you're.
It's an urge.
It's almost impossible.
It's an urge. You want to do that.
And that to me was problematic. I started to just get good at it after a while. So I assume I'll be very good in gay porn if I want a career after this. But no, that's the one that I think was the most problematic.
Well, they one time had to go through the nose because they needed to see something in the back of my throat. And it wasn't going to be like a full endoscopy. They were going to go all the way down. But they wanted to go straight through my throat. And we tried. There was just no way. There was just no way my body was putting up with it, man.
So I had it twice, where because I had this achalasia, where it was hard to get into whatever it is, if it comes to me, we've never seen this before, or we don't see this often. So and they were feeding it down, pulling it back out, and they went all the way down as far as they could go. And I'm like, we're still not. We'll have to get you back. And I mean, these are at Penn, they're just top level. But that was the one that was the most difficult. So up the butt any day of the week.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They knock you out.
Yes, propofol, my friend.
Even if they don't, no anesthesia, that's all right.
Yeah.
Preston, I saw our buddy Dr. Palmer last year, the year before, and I had to do the vasovagal. I mean, I had to do the ENT thing up the nose and then down the throat, and I had the vasovagal reaction. I passed out, and it was from watching it on the camera, going up my nose and then going down my throat.
That is the worst new thing that they've put in those offices.
It is.
Why is that there?
I don't mind it.
Oh God, no.
Well, for whatever reason, my brain saw it and made me pass out. But the most painful.
That's wild.
Yeah, and it was uncomfortable, and a weird feeling. But I didn't hate the physical feeling of it. It was watching it that threw me off.
Do you think it would have passed out? Were you watching the butt?
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't know. Let's try it. But the one that I hate the most is the pee-pee hole because I had it.
Actually, I've never had that.
Oh my God!
I just had it like 2 months ago.
Yeah, I had to have it all the way up into my kidneys because they were looking for a urinary infection.
Yeah.
And I mean, you get a little bit of anesthesia, but man, is it just like painful and awful. And then they obviously have to remove it, and it feels like you're just going to pee everywhere.
Well, I've had the catheter when I had the when it gets when the thunderstorms come, I feel it in my back. No, but I had the colostomy, not the colostomy, the catheter. And
I hope not.
Yeah, thank God. And that was actually they inserted it when I was under, and when they removed it, I'd been told to you know. It was fine. I didn't feel a damn thing.
Yeah, they had. I literally just had it like 2 months ago. It's called a cystoscopy. And Nick, did you watch it on camera?
That one, I don't think I did watch.
I watched it.
Did they watch it in the waiting room?
Yeah, no, I watched that whole thing on camera. You say they give you a little anesthesia, like very, very little bit. Like I mean, it's.
Yeah.
You feel everything.
It's going
You
on.
feel absolutely everything. And then the doctor, when it was all said and done, because, they have to take the camera out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take very long. They're in there for like 2 minutes, max.
Yeah.
Right?
Rooting around,
just, filming and everything. But he took everything out. And I go, hey, Doc, are you taking notes on this one? I said, because I think you were a little heavy on the dismount. Because at the very, very end, I was like, you could have gone, he just kind of
you felt a little abused, right? Like you were a lawnmower,
like starting a lawnmower. Yeah. Full start.
I've had the camera into my vocal cords. And
wow.
That's what I watched on the TV, and I was like, oh, no.
Were you getting weak?
This isn't going to go well. I just closed my eyes. Once I didn't even realize that's what it was. I saw the TV up there, and then as the camera started to go, I saw all this like flashy stuff, and I was like, oh dear God, no. And I just closed my eyes, and she knew. She's like, yeah, you can keep your eyes closed if you don't want to watch
But
it.
they need to ask you, right?
Did they make you go like
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the first time I had it twice. The first time, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get through this. And she's like, just breathe. You're fine. And, but the second time I had to do the E, the ah, all that stuff. And so it was,
and all right, I need you to repeat after me and say this. And by the way, you joke, Steve, about this, being, as we get older, things like this happen. But like at this Crohn's and colitis event, I mean, there are little kids walking around all over the place with feeding tubes down their noses and stuff. It's just for any, there are people who go through medical issues. Like, God almighty, all the tests and procedures you have to sit through.
My heart goes out. I mean, honestly, to go get your colonoscopy is an easy thing.
Oh, it's easy.
The fact is, they can head things off well in advance. It's really something that is sort of effortless besides the prep and the poop and this kind of thing.
The prep and poop, it's not that bad. My cousin's wife was like, I'm never doing that again, blah, blah, blah. It was just so, I was like, why? You know what? Because you're peeing on your butt for, a day or whatever. It's not that bad. Or at least my experience with the prep was not that bad. Now, Preston, both you and I, we had all the fun of the colonoscopy, but with none of the fun of the anesthesia when we had a flexible sigmoidoscopy.
No, that's just hold on, buddy.
You're awake for that one.
We're going up there, and you're wide awake. And I had that. That wasn't fun.
And
by the way, what was I going to mention? So as later on today. By 7 o'clock, and unfortunately I'm not going to go that late. It will be 48 hours since I've had anything to eat.
That's what happened. So because of our schedule, So I've scheduled. I actually had. You remember a while ago? I had the colonoscopy, and the doctor said, a super nice guy, and he said there was something I could have removed, and I'm like, well. Yeah,
why didn't you?
I want to try cocaine. No, let's take that out. Yeah. So no more than a month later, I had another colonoscopy.
Oh, man.
Except they went right in and got that. And that's the beauty of it. Listen, it was wonderful. It all worked out fine. But that prep part, because of our schedule and because of when you're going to get it done, you go extra long, right? So,
but surprisingly enough, it's been a day and a half. I haven't eaten anything. I'm actually not that hungry.
It's
I could
weird,
eat,
isn't
but
it?
I'm not famished, so I'm kind of surprised.
Walk in with a turkey leg when you go.
Should. Yeah, you guys ready?
Don't they scare you? If you eat anything, we could turn you away, and you're gonna have to do the prep all over again.
Yeah, that's why any temptation I've had has been dude, I've come this far. There's no way I'm messing this up. Hang on, I want to go to Laura. She has an interesting thing that happened when she was getting a scope done. Hi, Laura. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Oh, please. What's up, Laura?
So I went to my first ENT appointment about a year ago during COVID and everything, and so we all had the masks on, and he didn't really warn me about what was about to happen with the nose camera down to the throat. So he started shoving that in there, and my reflexes, I just whacked his arms down.
Oh, you do?
His face was like, he had the mask on, but his eyes bulged out, and he was like, you need to keep your hands on your lap, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm sorry, it was my reflexes.
Your reflex
I get that.
was to just push him away. Oh, my gosh.
I do think a lot of times, though, they do this all the time, so they're just assuming that maybe you're ready for it. But I could, if you've never had it done before, a little explanation would be nice.
Yeah.
I had no idea that thing was going all the way up there, and I thought maybe he was going to look around my nostrils a little bit. So then after he already reprimanded me, I wound up slapping him.
Oh my God.
When he went back up.
So you slapped him?
So not on the face, but I slapped his arms like a smack, like a really hard smack.
It sounds like Laura, you weren't. They didn't prep you as to what you were going to experience, right?
I had no idea, and I have not been back. And he said I needed to have a septum, a deviated septum surgery, and I just haven't gone back because I'm so embarrassed.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Laura.
I can understand that, though. They need to let you know what's going on.
Well, I was going to ask, would you rather them, kind of cushion it for you a bit, or be straight up and say, look, this is going to be a very painful
So
procedure?
I think the methodology is probably to be straight up, even perhaps get you a little bit twisted up so that when it's going to be less, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
As opposed to, the other way. That's just my guess.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Well, so my doctor that I had for the cystoscopy, he was like, because I did it without anesthesia, right? He's like, we could put you under. He goes, he's like, it's 30 seconds, he's like, it's not going to be comfortable, but he's like, your pain threshold, so he didn't sugarcoat it at all, but essentially he was kind of like, we're going to get bloody on this one. Kev, I wanted to ask you, because you go to the eye doctor quite a bit. Well, I don't know about quite a bit, but the pressure thing that they do, where they blow the,
I hate it.
I hate it.
Hate
right?
it.
Like,
Hate it.
It's just
And
one little puff of
one
air.
little puff, but I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, in the eye?
Uh-huh.
I'm
fine with it.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
It bothers me. God damn it. It's like that.
And you
It's not
jump
like,
every
ow. It's like,
time.
Do you guys do eye-ups? Because I do.
that must be it.
Yeah.
By the way, here's a text says, I am a gastroenterologist, and I have a handful of patients who request to be awake for their colonoscopies, and we talk about football or their families while they're doing it.
No way.
I told you guys I knew somebody that I don't want to say who it is, but I know somebody who he was told that he needed a ride home afterwards. And he said, you can't tell me what to do. And they were like, well, then we can't give you the anesthesia. They said, your option is to call somebody to come pick you up, have somebody here to pick you up, or we'll do it without anesthesia. And he's very stubborn, and he said, okay, I'm going to do it without anesthesia. Wow. And he went
In fact, snap it off in my ass.
There was one of those times, Kathy, where, and this was totally different. I was getting a test done for an allergy, and it's like a 5-hour long thing. You have to give you a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and see if you're allergic to it, if you have a reaction.
Oh, right, yeah.
And so it's like 15 minutes left. I'm like, great, I'm not going to be allergic. And then I had a reaction, and they said, okay, we gotta inject you with Benadryl. And they go, you have a ride home, right? And I'm like, no, I don't have a ride home. And they're like, you're not going anywhere after we put this in you. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. Go ahead and do it. I'm like, I'm going to drive home.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I was wasted off my ass. Yes, dude.
What did you do?
It was like immediately doing like 3 or 4 shots of tequila. Like, I mean, immediately, I'm like, oh, is this again? It started talking like this. I'm
Let me
like,
tell you, the stuff really works.
yeah, thank you.
I mean, from personal experience, it's a home run.
I had no idea
gosh.
that it messed you up that bad, but I was drunk. Bottom line, I
What
was
did you
drunk
do?
off my ass. I called Rochelle. I'm like, we got to leave my car here. You got to give me a ride home. And she did. And we came back the next day.
my God.
I left my car at the hospital overnight.
That's crazy.
But yeah, when they say that, they generally
mean
They mean it, yeah. Here's a text says, I'm loving this conversation since I'm having sinus surgery on Thursday.
Oh, no.
Going to be nice and knocked out with stuff all up in my face.
Good. Get knocked out.
Hang on a second. We have Ray is a gastrointestinal doctor.
There you go.
On the line right now. Hi, Ray. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
No, it's okay. Are you a gastroenterologist, or what's your official title?
Yes, sir. I'm a gastroenterologist.
All right. Okay.
I'm actually about to start a colonoscopy in not too long.
Okay. So I'm getting one today, and this isn't my first rodeo. I've been around.
He's a pro. He's had so much up there, you wouldn't even believe it.
At this, but do you from time to time, Ray, get people who will be who prefer not to be knocked out or to be sedated?
I do. You alluded to the flexible sigmoidoscopy before, which, depending on where you go, is oftentimes done awake and a little better tolerated. But so there are people for certain medical conditions who are awake, and other people who just prefer it. They don't want to undergo anesthesia. They don't want to bother with it. And we just sit and talk, and most of the time it goes well, and we have nice conversations about football or, my kids' soccer tryout this weekend, and they're just watching the screen. They say, what's that? It goes pretty well.
All right, Ray, when you're doing a flex sig like that, how many feet are you going up in someone?
So we generally measure it by centimeters, but we're going up only part of the colon. So maybe a foot and a half, 2 feet. It depends on the reason for it.
Yeah.
All right, what about
sometimes you're just going in the very bottom, just a few inches.
Right.
Okay. What about a colonoscopy? How far in does that go?
So the colonoscopy goes the entire length of the colon, so a few feet. The scope is generally longer than we go. There is a little bit of what we call looping, but then we reduce that. So, if you see the length of the scope, it's probably the length of your arm and then out to the other shoulder or so, and it's thin and flexible, and it's kind of designed to just snake through the colon and do so, causing as little discomfort as possible.
Hey, you know what I've always been curious about is the small intestine. Do you guys? That's too many bends and twists and stuff for you guys to get all the way through, right?
So it depends. We generally don't aim to go in the small intestine, and luckily the high yield things or the scarier medical problems tend to come up in either the colon or the upper intestine.
Okay.
Which is lucky. But the small intestine we can get in with the scopes. It's just deeper, longer sedation, and only a few of us do them in a specialized location. So the in between is we have something called a smart pill. If something's going on, and we'll have someone swallow that pill. It takes pictures, and you get to wear this nice fanny pack through the course of the day. That's a receiver, and then you bring it in at the end of the day. We upload it and look at the pictures and find where to go fishing.
That's pretty wild. But in general, Ray, as we're talking about this, the times I've had it done now, I've had it done through 3 times, and it's actually a very standard procedure, and there's so much that can be nipped in the proverbial bud. Correct, Ray? That's the great aspect of getting the colonoscopy.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, if everyone got their screening colonoscopies, we'd be, colon cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer and cancer deaths, and education is a big part of it. And I do, appreciate you guys talking about it on air.
It really, and to be honest,
we can save a lot of lives.
You can save a lot of lives.
Agreed.
I tell you what, and Preston, you know this. You get that propofol, you get cocooned up.
Oh yeah,
you feel warm and cozy. It's like
you don't even know what happened.
You don't even know what happened. Yeah.
Oh no. Propofol, some of the best nap you've had. Some of my favorite patients are actually young moms who said it's the best sleep they've had in a long time.
Oh my God! Yes,
it goes well. If you can get over the fact that you're peeing out of your butt the night before,
right?
Then,
which is
it's
not that bad. It's not that bad.
Nah. Yeah. In fact, I'm
really
about an hour away from my final guzzling prep that I have to do here in a little bit. So
the only problem is you can't fart with with reckless abandon. You
You could be like one of those cavalier wandering farters.
Yeah, no, never trust the fart. My father told me that it comes in handy in my job.
You're right. Yes. All right, Ray. Thanks for taking care of people, man. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much, and best of luck today. You'll do great. And again, thanks for, in a way, providing some advocacy for us.
Yes. No, we
got it.
Supported wholeheartedly.
All right, we'll see you later.
Wholebuttedly.
Ray. That's wholebuttedly. Hang on. Okay, question from Frank here. Hi, Frank. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry about it at work.
No, it's all right. What's up, man?
Hey, so I heard you say you have multiple colonoscopies.
Yes.
Now, have you gotten used to the prep process? I had one before, and I can never look at lime Gatorade the same.
You know what, Frank? I was talking to my daughter last night. She has Crohn's, so she's had multiple colonoscopies and endoscopies and all this stuff. And she can't stand Gatorade anymore because
agree
of
with
that.
her.
Really?
1,000%. I do not look at Gatorade as a drink. I look at it as a medicine.
It ruined it.
I despise it because I associate it with replacing electrolytes after I've been sick. I equate it with prep for colonoscopy.
Okay.
Anything that's restrictive. So, Frank, I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
I just don't like the taste of Gatorade.
What's that, Frank?
I was saying the lime green Gatorade is the one that turned me off. I can never look at it the same.
All right.
No, that's
I'm with
it.
you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to drink a lot of it. That's the thing. So, like last night, I drank the lime Gatorade. And while I was drinking, it was no big deal. It didn't taste that bad to me. But later on, I felt huge and bloated and just full. And I'm almost kind of wanted to throw it up.
And then I tell you what is like a little pill of uranium is the Dugalax. That
tiny, itty bitty thing
that will blow your butt out.
Dulcolax.
I can't believe we're talking about
There's Dulcolax and Miralax.
Yeah.
Miralax is the stuff you drink.
Kathy, it's the tiniest little pill.
And it just
it's like putting a
blows you out.
stick of dynamite between your ass cheeks and lighting it.
But you're also drinking so much Miralax. I had to read the directions over and over and over again because I'm like, this is just too much. Like, I'm drinking this. I'm like drinking entire bottles of. Like, this can't be. I'm like, I'm going to overdose on Miralax. And I'm like, no, it's. I'm like, somebody else read this for me.
I'll tell you what, follow the directions specifically and you'll never go wrong. Just by, what they tell you to do at the time they tell you to do it, and you will benefit greatly.
I used a different Gatorade today. So I did lime Gatorade last night and a little bit here. In less than an hour, I have to drink the rest of it. And it's in a clear Gatorade. Ooh. Rochelle got it for me. I don't know what. So I'm hoping that flavor is going to be not turn me off, Hang on. I want to go to another doctor. We have Tommy who's on the line. Hey, Tommy, good morning.
It's actually Tony.
Oh, hey, Tony, how you doing?
Wingy. I'm a pulmonary critical care doctor, and during training, we had to learn how to manage advanced airways, intubate patients, and all that.
Right. Yeah.
So they had one of the scopes, the through the nose down to the vocal cords for a nasopharyngeal laryngoscopy.
Okay.
And we did them on ourselves.
You did that on yourself.
And that's like a tattoo artist. All tattoo artists are like a rite of passage. They have to kind of tattoo on themselves.
Really?
I think this is a little bit more involved.
This is well.
Wow. All right. Was that tough to do, Tony?
We used a lot of that intranasal lidocaine.
Yeah.
And that stuff is horrible.
It tastes terrible.
Part of it. Just my eyes watering, nose watering, the whole 9 yards. I could barely see the screen while I was doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what, though? In a way, like that movie, The Doctor, when you have an understanding of what the patient is going through, and in a way, maybe that helped you, Tony, just to get a basic understanding of that.
That's what I told myself at the time.
Nice. By the way, I know the face. Thanks for your call. I know the face that I make when they go down my nose. Yeah. All right, it's like this. Yeah. I can't help it. It's like I know that I'm making that horrible face. That's for our YouTube
It's
viewers.
a better face.
Yeah.
Casey, you mentioned tattoos, and I have a friend who had to get or had a colonoscopy, and she found out that there were some cancerous cells inside her colon, and they actually put tattoos on her colon on the inside to then check them the next time she got a colonoscopy. So there were little X's inside of her colon done with the tattoo.
They do this.
What?
Yeah, and so the next time she went in, they could study those particular cells right around where the tattoo was to make sure that the cancerous cells hadn't spread.
They might have done. Well,
I've never heard of that. That's wild.
It was fascinating, and
it said Preston and Steve, right?
Right, yeah, and so and then she wanted to get one on her taint.
Of a monkey.
Yeah. When I had my
and then in between her nipples, she went for the whole compliment, Steve.
When I had my vasectomy.
Can we do anything with my uterus?
I had my vasectomy, and it was just me and the doctor in there, and my legs were up in a stirrup, and he's vasectomizing, and he goes, "Is that a monkey?" I'm like,
seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, sure is. Let me tell you about my job, Doc.
Oh my! Did you explain?
God, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Casey has a monkey tattoo on his taint.
Oh,
and he got it live on air.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wow. All right. Well, listen, I am.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Just the prep part, I'm very much looking forward to eating afterwards.
Yeah, yes. And
absolutely.
That's a wonderful thing.
By the way, real quick before we wrap, and I'll have you add that, Steve, but Ivy's been on hold for a really long time.
Sure.
Could you get her a Preston and Steve t-shirt for hanging on there for so long?
We could do
We
that.
have the new Preston and Steve NASA-style t-shirt, and you can check these out in the rock shop at WMMR.com. So she's been on hold for a long time, and I apologize we weren't able to get to, but you give this little parting gift to you,
That's wonderful.
Ivy. So thank you. What were you going to say, Steve?
Just in general, and the takeaway with the colonoscopy and your prostate and all these things that are very checkable. You can head everything. You can head so much off with the past.
Oh my gosh!
You can be confident and comfortable with the knowledge that you're getting everything checked and looked at. What they can do today is amazing. So if you don't have any symptoms of anything or whatever, and even if you do, but if you don't, you're ahead of the curve. Go get checked.
Yes.
And on the other side, enjoy your life.
Steve is living proof.
I am.
You did the prostate exam, and that revealed your prostate cancer. You got that taken care of, gang. You can cut these things off.
Yep.
at the pass if you get tested regularly, and don't be afraid of that, okay?
It makes a big difference, and we want you around.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so we need the ratings. We need you around.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and we will get to the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in
Amsterdam during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get that's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching
Stop.
it out. Your pie is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you can
I just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear. And you're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I'm your new cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's
Yes.
no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little.
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This is it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
You know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events. That's
perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted
they'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon
Hey,
balloons.
Oh, yeah.
She's from Philly. And it's in one of our
Moon
calendars.
balloons.
Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah,
there's
you know
a
the
bat in
second
room.
you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climbed. They can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love
of
of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music." and you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Monday, and we have a few stops along the way that Casey's definitely going to be hitting, along with, don't forget, Jackie Bam Bam.
Yes.
And our buddy Kyle Mack, who's going to be filming this whole thing. So here's what we want to know. Along the way, now we have a couple of things planned, but for the most part, it's kind of wide open. We're going to see what happens as we go along, but we'll take some suggestions from you if you are a listener across the country. So the stops include, number one, St. Louis, and we have some things planned there because that's my old hood.
Yes.
But listen, if you're there as well and you want to suggest things or maybe try to meet up or whatever, we have something on the website that you can go to and give us some info. So anyhow, stop one, St. Louis. Number 2 is Oklahoma City. Number 3 is Albuquerque. Number 4 is Palm Springs. And then 5 in Los Angeles. So if you're in those areas, if you live along the route even, let us know by going to Casey's Big Adventure page on PrestonandSteve.com. Share some details. And you never know, you might be able to meet up with these guys along the way, or you could suggest some off-the-beaten-path thing for them to do.
Hey, I have a missile silo in my backyard.
Yeah.
Anything, because you know how these trips go. You plan them out. We certainly have our points that you're looking to hit, Casey, but you always remain fluid. You don't know what the travel conditions are going to be like, and so we want to make sure we can accommodate something if it comes in from left field. And certainly if you're a listener out along any of these locations, we'd love to maybe have you stop by Case and say hi.
Yeah, I'd rather you come to me than me go off of my route very far. You know what I mean? Yeah,
it's scary.
But if say we have enough people in a certain area, we could, maybe there's like a sit around we can arrange or something like that.
Sit arounds are great.
A picture around or whatever, just a moment where Casey comes to you or you meet him along the way. I think that'd be cool. Him and Jackie Bam Bam, by the way.
You get to see the contours of Jackie's penis through his tight rock star pants in person.
It's something we see every day.
And we see it all the time.
We'd like to share that with you. Casey's Big Adventure runs on Duncan. And remember, PrestonandSteve.com. There's a Casey's Big Adventure page. Go there now and let us know.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the, let's go with Red Robin. There you go. Lehigh Valley Red Robin. Choose any style Red Robin Tavern. Double burger with bottomless fries and drink for just $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin. Yum. All right, so an Australian man has died after being attacked by a kangaroo that he had been keeping as a pet, police say. A relative found the 77-year-old man with serious injuries on Monday at his home in Redmond. When paramedics arrived at the rural property, the kangaroo prevented them from treating the man, so police were forced to shoot the marsupial dead.
They can get really cantankerous, those freaking things.
Yeah, and if they're big, they can overpower you.
Piss out of you.
The man died at the scene. A police spokesperson told media that they believe the man had been attacked by the kangaroo, a wild animal, earlier in the day. I know he was keeping it as a pet, but I don't think he raised it. So Australia is home to about 50 million kangaroos.
50 million.
But attacks are rare. They said this is the first fatal one reported in Australia since 1936.
It's amazing.
It's been a long time.
Well, there's so many other things that can kill you. The kangaroos took the time off.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. I included this. This is interesting. From the Terminator to iRobot, many science fiction blockbuster features. Robots are taking over the world. But a humanoid robot described as the world's most advanced is reassured that this plot is unlikely to become a reality. Amika, a humanoid robot developed by Cornwall-based Engineered Arts, has actually said that it will not happen, and I have audio of this robot. If you want to hear this, Steve, here we go. It's an AI, by the way.
There's no need to worry. Robots will never take over the world. We're here to help and serve humans, not replace them. However, if you're interested in learning more about robots, I recommend reading a book on the subject. There are many fascinating possibilities for what we can do to help make life easier for everyone.
Amika,
Preston.
Yes.
To serve humans is a cookbook.
That's right. I remember that. Amika is eerily lifelike and can perform a range of facial expressions, including winking, pursing its lips, and scrunching its nose, just like a real person. Now, Engineered Arts has posted a video showing Amika in conversation with researchers.
Do you know what she looks like?
What?
Ex Machina?
Kind of like that, yeah. The Amika demo coupled automated speech recognition with GPT-3, a large language model that generates meaningful answers, they wrote. And by the way, these are not scripted. This is not, this machine coming up with this dialogue.
I've got to ask, does its vagina work?
Oh, my God. They're working on it.
Okay. No,
They're working on it.
Honestly, while I'm impressed, this is troubling. There is a percentage of, what can go wrong. Skynet, Ex Machina, iRobot.
By the way,
Beethoven.
In this Beethoven.
The dog movie?
Yeah.
Die Hard.
By the way, it seemed that the robot wasn't having the best day, replying that it was feeling a bit down when asked how it was. She said, I'm feeling a bit down at the moment, but I'm sure things will get better. And I don't really want to talk about it. But if you insist, and I suppose that's fine, it's just been a tough week and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed.
It said that its Aunt Flo was in town and STP was coming out of it.
It said 5W30 in its panties. All right, here's a follow-up to the duck sauce killer.
I'm waiting for a movie about this eventually.
Apparently, Glenn Hirsch beat and raped his wife for years. Sadistic barrage of abuse. Her attorneys claimed this in a bid to get gun charges against her dropped. Dorothy Hirsch was indicted on multiple charges of gun possession.
It's going to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years. And then I'll take like a month off. Yeah. And it really helps. It really helps.
5 years, 1 month, 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh, couldn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason.
In his suicide note, he claimed that he didn't kill anybody, he didn't do anything, and this was egregious and all that stuff.
A perpetual lit match.
Yep, and he had threatened apparently to kill her and her family if she went to the police with the abuse and all the things that happened over the years. So I'm very interested to see where this case goes and when they get to it. And then we'll do one more story and we will wrap it up. Let's go with this one. A Border Patrol official said they discovered a woman trying to cross the Texas border with 100 pounds of undeclared cheese hidden in her car.
Jeez.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers seized the contraband cheese at the Paso del Norte border crossing in El Paso, Texas. They said the woman, described as a U.S. citizen from Albuquerque, declared 10 wheels of cheese as she tried to cross from Mexico. Officer located, then declared the dairy product in the trunk area of the vehicle, and as he continued the exam, an additional 50 wheels of cheese were discovered hidden under blankets in the back row of the vehicle.
I tried to just claim a few of them.
The driver was fined a $1,000 civil penalty and released from custody.
Cheese!
The 50 wheels of contraband cheese were seized and destroyed pursuant to existing guidelines.
I cannot help but notice you're a mouse.
The cheese amounted to a commercial quantity of dairy.
That's insane.
Travelers can import cheese commensurate with personal consumption levels. A few wheels would generally be fine, but not 60, they said.
Well, what if you really like cheese?
Well, maybe you got a cheese thing. I don't really know. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're going to talk to the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Orchestra live in London. They are playing a lot of big events for the passing of the Queen, and they kind of got this kind of happened. It was happenstance.
Yeah.
So we will talk to Matthias Ternopolsky in just a little bit. Stay with us because we're also going to have Judy Gold on a little bit later. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR. We're not just in your car anymore.
Give them my name, but I got to keep my, paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well and living in Contra Costa County and and living in Marin County and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Yeah.
Friday, so I begin the weekend. A lot of people are
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay,
he retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end, it's
a little crazy,
total unintelligible. Honest in the morning. I got what we were coming a little later on. Reverend Billy saw Hargill.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on TV. I mean,
with the headphones, cowboy hat.
He did.
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
On,
this guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
Yeah. I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who you wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife? Damn.
You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig? Yeah.
Yeah, that's his
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God. Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character.
Right.
He decided needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So a lot of things happened when the announcement was made that Queen Elizabeth had passed away.
Yes.
As you can imagine, made ripples around the world. And a group from this area happened to be in London working with the BBC and were asked to use their talents for this unfortunate event.
Yeah.
I think happened to be kind of in the right place to help out.
They were exactly in the right place.
Yeah. So we would like, and we'll get the full details of exactly. I've requested some classical music as we bring our next guest.
This is Kathy performing.
Kathy is performing. We have his piano here in the studio. We would like to welcome the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Orchestra this morning via Zoom in London. Please welcome Matthias Ternopolsky to the program this morning. Matthias, good morning to you.
I don't know if he can hear us.
I don't think he can hear us.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Matthias. We can see you. Can you hear us? Hi, we're on right now. I'm talking to you.
Is our video not on?
I don't know.
All right.
It says start video down in our little.
Okay.
All right. Can you use a Sharpie to draw a mustache on Matthias?
He looks like he's ready to go.
He looks like he's all set.
He is. He's all set.
He's in front of a pretend green screen.
Maybe there's a robot in the room.
Oh.
Right.
At the moment. Marissa is going to go over there and see if we
Over to
can...
London?
No.
That's going to take a little while. She's not going to be there.
Oh, man.
She's in the other room and checking. Matthias, can you hear us at all? No, he can't hear us. Oh, watch out, Kay. She's right behind you. Okay. Anyway,
The
what
wee
are we
one.
doing here? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Just making sure it was all on up.
Okay.
It's all on there.
Boy.
Did you see where it says start video down here?
Nick Murphy.
wait.
Nick Murphy looks like he's working on it.
Okay. In the meantime,
Send him a
Kathy,
text.
solo a little bit, please.
I think he'll hear us.
Do you want me to say one of my sponsors?
We've had you do that before.
Yes, that's happened before.
Matthias, can you hear us?
And Nick Murphy just sent him a message. It looked like.
Okay.
God damn it. If you're a listener in London, we're going to give you a street address.
Right.
Go over.
Walk by there right now and swing by the Albert Hall if you would.
Tell Matthias.
And we'll just tell you what to say to him, and you can tell us how he responds. And we'll go with that. So we're hanging on trying to make this happen.
We have his phone number, correct?
Yeah, I'm texting him
So
right now.
we'll text him, and then we'll just do this the old-fashioned
All right.
way. Morse
So
code.
Here's what we'll do. While you are doing that, I have little time killers here.
What you call tidbits.
Well, no, this is a little promo. So we have a new Daily Rush video that I can mention about that. And the title is Casey and Nick Spice Up Their Sex Lives.
Oh, hot.
And the description reads, Preston shares some sex tips, including a new position to try. And, of course, Casey and Nick had to try it out
progress.
in front of us. And I think that we now have... Matthias, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yay! All right. Well, we did a big, awesome intro for you, and I'm not going to repeat it again. So I don't know what kind of technical issue we were having, but I think we've got it straightened out now. So thank you for coming on the program this morning, Matthias.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Certainly. So I want to make sure that we got this right. The Philadelphia Orchestra was already in London working with the BBC when Queen Elizabeth's death was announced, and then you guys were asked to do some extra duties or some formal duties?
Well, it was a pretty incredible day. Let's say we arrived in London that morning. We'd been on a major European tour, just took the Eurostar from Paris. And interestingly, you know, my wife sent me this little news clip saying Queen is under doctor's care at Balmoral Castle. And I sent it around to my colleagues, very sort of low key, you know, just letting you know this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
We showed up at the venue, the magnificent Royal Albert Hall in Kensington in London. And there was clearly something happening. And by then, I think it was pretty well known, certainly amongst the BBC, who are our hosts at the BBC Proms, great music festival in London, that the Queen had died and things would change. And then from then, things moved actually very quickly. The orchestra had a rehearsal at which we rehearsed the British National Anthem at the BBC's request. And this was done, you know, the news hadn't come out yet that she had died, but this was done just in case the announcement came during the concert, and had that happened, the concert would have stopped and we would have played the national anthem. Anyway, at 6:30 p.m., the concert was due to start at 7:30 p.m. The news came out, the palace announced that the Queen had died. And so everything changed. At that point, there was a flurry of activity backstage. There were a lot of tears from the BBC staffers especially, but from everyone really as well. It was clearly, we realized that this was a moment of a sort of awesome moment in the truest sense of the word, and somber. And the Philadelphia Orchestra was part of history all of a sudden at this incredible music festival. The BBC said that they would need to cancel that evening's concert and our concert the next evening as well. But they asked if we would still appear on stage with our music director, Yannick Nézet-Séguin, and perform the British national anthem, God Save the Queen, then God Save the King, followed by a moment's silence, and then the beautiful, serene, and mournful Nimrod from Elgar's Enigma Variation. Edward Elgar, the great British composer, this piece composed in 1899, and is really a very a piece often performed in somber moments somber sort of memorial moments. And here we were, and at 7:30 p.m. there were thousands of people in the auditorium. Yannick Nézet-Séguin, music director, and the musicians of the orchestra quietly filed onto the stage. A representative of the BBC made an announcement, and the orchestra played the national anthem. Everyone stood, and it was a real moment. Then there was
it's so fascinating because, and you said it as you were sort of recounting everything. that everyone knew at her age and having a couple of near misses with her health. So you were prepared for it and yet not prepared for it. And what an interesting happenstance. You were born in Buenos Aires, I believe, but you were raised in England. And so this is every bit your memory, your a personal thing for you as well. How did it land with you? Were you? I mean, I know you have to call upon your strength to go and do what you're a professionally trained person and expected to do. But did it hit you on a visceral level that you had not expected?
Yes, it did. So I was born in Argentina. I was raised in the UK. So from the age of 2 to the age of 29, I lived in Britain until I moved to the States. And so I'm a British citizen. I'm also a United States citizen, very proudly too. Yes, this did. It affected me a lot more than I thought it would, because of course the passing of a 96-year-old person can never be entirely a surprise. But because she's been present through basically as queen, most of the population of the UK, indeed the world probably, in our lives. And I said elsewhere, on the money, on the postage stamps, when we still used cash and postage stamps, right? I remember celebrating her jubilee in elementary school when I was a kid. I remember all these signposts, and she was very present. And so, yes, it did affect me surprisingly more than I thought it would. The other thing was that I used to work at the BBC Proms, this music festival where we were appearing, and I was working at the BBC when Princess Diana died 25 years ago. And so I was present then, and I was present just the other day on Thursday as well. And it really, many of the meetings we were having with the BBC protocol and production people were almost exactly the same as the conversations we had 25 years ago. So it was a little bit of a doubly bizarre experience for me. I was struck by the feeling in the hall, though. There was it really felt like a very momentous occasion, obviously.
Matthias, with the Philadelphia Orchestra, we're talking about a whole lot of people, and with the change in schedule abruptly, was that logistically tough for you guys to adjust and change up, or are you having to reschedule those shows, or are things going to just kind of skip a beat now?
So these two concerts in London were the last two concerts on a major European tour that started in Edinburgh, went through Germany and Switzerland, and concluded in London in the UK. With the cancellation of those two concerts, the first thing to say that's interesting is that from a logistical perspective, we could pivot and play different music. We could play the national anthem, the Proms. The BBC gave us their arrangement of the music for that, and we carry with us, our fantastic library carries Elgar's Nimrod for such an occasion. Logistically, our crew had to pack up all the flight cases a day earlier. Happily for many musicians of the orchestra, they had some unexpected free time in London, and we flew everyone back per the original schedule, because it was the end of the tour. You can't really shift those things. They're booked a year in advance and things like that. And we are talking soon to the BBC, once they get over this, about when we could be back to give the people of Britain who welcomed us so warmly, offer them the chance to hear the Philadelphia Orchestra and Yannick in this gorgeous music.
Well, it's amazing you guys were able to do that, because people who may not be familiar with an orchestra, you just don't request something. It does. You guys don't riff things. These are, and even though these are
Freebird,
impeccably trained musicians and can sight play, if you put it in front of them, I'm sure you guys would play it wonderfully. Probably not to the level that you would like to. Rehearsal is a big part of what you guys do to make sure that it's absolutely perfect and the best you can possibly perform. So it's interesting that you do keep a couple of songs in your pocket, so to speak, for a certain occasion. I was not aware that happened, but you were able to put together the national anthem and do it in a very beautiful way for them to appreciate. So that's pretty cool that you guys could react that quickly to it.
Well, I mean, all credit to Yannick Nézet-Séguin, the Philadelphia Orchestra's music director, and the musicians of the orchestra. Remember, the musicians of this orchestra and their music director really are the best of the best. They can do anything, and they really rose to this historic occasion on Thursday. I'm very, very proud of them.
Matthias, for our listeners who aren't quite aware, the Philadelphia Orchestra was the orchestra that performed on Walt Disney's Fantasia. And so there's such a storied history with the Philadelphia Orchestra. It is world-renowned. Isn't that correct? Like, when you're playing around the world, it's something that Philadelphians should be very proud of.
Philadelphia has the world's greatest orchestra, and it is something that every Philadelphian is incredibly, incredibly proud of. We've been part of the fabric of Philadelphia since our founding in 1900. We like to call ourselves, when we travel overseas, we like to call ourselves America's greatest export, because the Philadelphia Orchestra's name and the Philadelphia Orchestra's sound is recognized everywhere. The acclaim that we get from audiences from China to Europe is unparalleled, and to be with them on tour like I just was gave me an incredible feeling of pride, not just in them and their extraordinary artistry, but in Philadelphia and what this represents about our city and community.
I'm glad we're having this chat because I had an appreciation of the orchestra. I knew that it was certainly a revered orchestra, but as doing some of the reading and hearing you speak about it, it's every reason to be proud. That's a phenomenal thing to have right in our backyard. And for people who have not availed themselves of it, they might want to reconsider and see you guys.
No question. I'm also especially proud that on this trip we took music, not just the music of Beethoven and Dvorak, some famous names. We took music of Florence Price, a black woman who died in 1953 in Chicago. Brilliant composer whose music was largely unrecognized. We brought music by Valerie Coleman, a living black woman composer also. We're doing our part to make sure that classical music, the music that the Philadelphia Orchestra plays, is really far more representative than it has been of the communities we serve. And we do that year round right here at the Kimmel Center. That's my background. Open to everyone. Ticket prices available for every pocket. Come see us, philorg.org. We'd love to welcome you.
And it's a beautiful building, too.
Oh, my God,
I
yeah.
love going any chance I get an opportunity. We'll have to get out and see the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Kimmel Center. By the way, the Kimmel Center will be hosting Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest starting this weekend in partnership with the Philadelphia Orchestra. So you can check out their website and get all the information. But as Matthias was saying, we have the greatest right here in our city.
We've got the greatest right here. And come to Philly Fall Arts Fest. It's going to be phenomenal. This Saturday, it's free. And it's going to be inspiring. And if you come, you can buy tickets. You get a massive discount on the tickets for the season. But this is really what Philly Fall Arts Fest is the Kimmel Cultural Campus celebrating the art scene in Philadelphia at the Kimmel Center. You'll have a fantastic time.
And congratulations to you guys for doing us proud over, where you were needed clearly at this moment in time and distinguishing yourselves. You do the city proud.
Oh, thank you so much. Music can do that, and we're very proud to represent.
Thanks for checking in from London. We appreciate it, Matthias. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you back here in Philadelphia. Matthias Teranopolsky.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm actually back home. I just got back home.
Oh, you are?
Very happy to
welcome back. Looking at your
have
screen.
a cheesesteak.
It looks like you're in London. All right,
yes.
Enjoy. All right.
That's the Kimmel Center behind me, and those are my lunch plans set. Thanks so much.
All right, take care. That's awesome. I thought he was in London.
So did I.
Oh my God.
All right.
What a great connection for being in London.
It's exquisite, really. So what time is it there? It's 8:37.
God, speaking of that, I'm 8 minutes late for my colonoscopy.
Go! Hey! Shot!
What is it
There
he's
we
drinking
go.
again?
It is the Miralax.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
The pause that refreshes.
8 ounces down. It actually doesn't taste bad.
Okay.
It's not.
You just have to slam a large amount of it.
Come on now.
And they call it Miralax.
Hang on, I gotta set a timer.
Feeling in my butt. There we go. That's
all right.
What the hell was that? Was that
That's from
drunk tank?
Sophie's Choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we also did this one.
Drink it, we drink it.
That was for drunk day.
Is that's us?
It was like a whole bunch of our interns. and-
I think I hear
I
me
think
in there.
Vasilati's on there.
Yeah, Vasilati's in there,
Yep.
me.
Yep. All right, I set an actual timer for 15 minutes, so
Very
you'll
nice.
hear this go off when I need to slam more. If those of you who are just tuning in, I'm getting a colonoscopy today.
Why are you always bragging about that?
I have very little to talk about, so I wanted to add that. So anyway, in fact,
We just talked to the
yeah, I know, right?
This
orchestra.
We got this text that says this is the classiest 10 minutes of the show to ever exist.
It was.
And then we got butt stuff.
But then, like in the 9 o'clock hour, I might literally have to leave the studio.
Listen,
while you guys are continue on.
I'm betting
So-
no. I'm thinking your reaction has been pretty consistent. You said last night, besides a little bit of gas pain, you handled it okay, right?
I did, but I exploded 3 times before the gas pain. So I
love that.
I have to. I gotta. It's going to clear.
I'm going to shoot.
It's going to do its job, and I'm gonna evacuate. And I apologize to whoever happens to be in the bathroom at the time. And by the way, if I go to the bathroom, if I head down here to the bathroom, and there's not a stall open, I'm taking a dump in the urinal.
You have to.
Or the sink.
May I
don't know
recommend-
what I should do? But
Go vertical. Go 5.
Oh, peep.
Go up one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why are
I
your
don't know if I can make it.
restrooms often crowded like that?
Well, when you
Yeah.
have one down,
Really?
When our
Yeah.
bathroom is being worked on, it's a conduit bathroom. It's right outside the elevators. It's a very well-trafficked bathroom, so this sends people off in all directions. So now the fanatic bathroom is being used more. What
No,
we
I
call
know.
the executive bathroom, which is a further walk, which is really nice down at the end of the hall.
I guess there are more men that work here. Like, I'm never in the bathroom with more than one person.
Oh yeah. No, the bathroom's
it's
a busy spot.
We shoot craps. We do the whole thing. It's great.
That's why I go upstairs. I go up one. I prefer to be in the bathroom alone.
Yeah,
Ooh, wait.
me too.
Have you tried the lobby bathrooms yet? I mean, not
I
for your
did.
situation.
Yeah.
They're so nice down there.
Are they?
Yeah, and hopefully that's what they're doing at
Up
this
here.
one.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
When did these happen?
Well,
was like 6 months ago.
I guess when when the lobby was done and everything open, I just
I didn't know there
started
were
using
lobby
it when I leave
bathrooms.
work because the ones up here are
Really?
out of commission. So I'll go down there and I was like, oh, this is very lovely down here.
It was actually required by the building when they reopened Pagano's. So they had the restaurant
Yeah, the
downstairs.
bathroom.
Yeah,
What, to redo the bathrooms?
to have functioning bathrooms on the first floor because I
They
think
got rid of the buckets.
right. Yes, no more buckets.
Were there no bathrooms on the first floor?
Nope.
Just the one in where Manja is.
Yes.
There's one in Manja.
Oh, there is?
Well,
Is
well, Pagano's. now,
Pagano's?
yeah.
Pagano's.
Where the hell have I been living?
Are you allowed to use it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it locks, and you can be alone.
So then wait,
nobody else.
wait, is it by the front, like the front door or front windows?
As soon as you walk in Pagano's from the main lobby,
Yeah.
it's on your right. It's immediately when you walk in.
Isn't that where the? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
it's a
hold on.
bathroom.
If they have that bathroom, why did they have to do the lobby bathroom? I don't understand.
I think because it is a common area that you're required by the Geneva Convention.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a bathroom down there, and I may have to leave at some point. All right, so we have a couple minutes. I can mention one thing.
Yeah.
Are you the
I know we have a guest
mentioner?
coming
He's
up.
the
but
mentioner.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not the mentioner.
Yeah,
Just
a
one
couple-
story, and it has local ties to it that I want to mention real quick.
City beat then.
The former girlfriend of Elon Musk is auctioning off a cache of photos and Musk memorabilia from her relationship with the billionaire. Her name is Jennifer Gwynn.
Why not?
Musk's college girlfriend. She's selling the mementos through a Boston-based RR auction, and they started dating in 1994 when they both worked as resident advisors at a dorm on Penn's campus.
They were both RAs?
They were
RAs,
both RAs.
Ah, imagine you could claim that Elon Musk was your RA.
Yeah. So soon after graduating, Musk started a doctoral program at Stanford, but dropped out to launch his first startup, which was called Zip2. And the lot includes 18 candid photos of the entrepreneur as a baby-faced economics student at University of Pennsylvania, as well as several other mementos of Musk and Gwen's time together in Philadelphia.
So his company, he just had a successful launch, and they just had a not so successful run with
Blue Horizon.
Blue Horizon,
Yeah, blew up, but it
was obviously
the capsule. There was nobody in it, but the capsule did abort and separate, and it wasn't destroyed. So anyway, back to Elon. The glossy photos show the billionaire looking every bit the normal college student before his meteoric rise to success, goofing off in a dorm room, hanging out with his fellow resident advisors, and cuddling up with his girlfriend.
They seem kind of happy. And I was kind of reading peripherally this story. Is there any suggestion that there was anything acrimonious or other than just a relationship?
They didn't say anything about the relationship. So the item with the current highest bid is a signed birthday card, followed by a necklace gifted to Gwen on her birthday. And it says, happy birthday, Jennifer, a.k.a. Boo Boo.
Boo Boo.
Love, Elon.
Do you have any pet names you share with, what is Rochelle?
Rochelle?
Yeah.
Not really.
Huh.
I guess honey, sweetheart.
Okay.
Baby doll, whatever. But nothing in particular that I go to. So anyhow, as of Sunday morning, the highest bid is about $7,000. And the card is expected to sell for more than $10,000.
I think the knowledge that were you to meet him, he'd probably, he'd probably give you something or take a picture or whatever. He seems relatively...
You got to catch him in the right mood, though.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are days where that wouldn't happen.
Get out of you.
I had no idea he had Philadelphia connections.
I didn't either. That's why I found this interesting. I didn't know he went to Penn.
Yeah,
and then he was an RA. And they probably did keg stands.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's pictures of him like lying kind of upside down and, just looking like a college student hanging out.
So we did keg stands, Nick. I don't know if this is a tradition at yours, but would you get smacked in the ass as you were doing keg stands?
Finger up the butt.
Okay. Well, actually, technically be down.
Technically.
Yeah.
Finger down the butt.
You get a digital probe?
Yeah, it was tradition, right?
Yeah, tradition.
Would that person wear a
I remember this
No,
girl.
it would just be held case. We didn't do any smacking. But it was like you would have to, sorry to interrupt, but like when girls were involved, you did have to be careful because, we wouldn't want the skirts to fall down. Or
right.
Wow. Try to be respectful during the
At that point, if you're doing a keg stand, the skirt doesn't matter.
I remember my date my freshman year. She was doing a keg stand at what we call dated parties. So this is a party off campus, and she was in her dress doing a keg stand, and her underpants were there. I was like covering her up so nobody could see the goods. I was like, "What are you doing?" She didn't care at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the point, as Kathy's right, at the point of the keg stand, you
just
abandon some of your
I was at a wedding one time, and
restrictions.
the bride did one, and I was like, man, this is a great wedding. Like, full bridal dress on, the whole nine, and she was doing keg stands. This was a good time.
Keg stand. Could there be anything more stupid? I mean, honestly, what are you getting out of being upside down?
What did we do that for?
Nothing.
Well, yeah, and there's a window in your life where keg stands make a little bit of sense, and it's from about 21 to 24, and then beyond that, you're like, what the hell were we thinking?
Well, there's more reason for like shotgunning, right?
Sure. Yes, there is. The being upside down has no like shotgunning is or beer bonging is. It gets to you quick, like boom! It's a big shot of beer. The upside down, the keg, it's nothing other than I'm upside down.
Performative.
And look at me, I'm being stupid. And isn't this
Beer's
awesome?
coming out of my nose.
Yeah, beer's coming, and that's what happens. You're right. Okay, maybe there is something good that comes from it. You get to see beer shoot out of people's noses.
I got written up for doing a beer bong my freshman year of college and I'm still even 47 years old. I'm so pissed off at this because I didn't know that they were illegal. I didn't know that you weren't allowed to do beer bongs.
Wait, hold on. Where did you get written up?
In a dorm room. And so
so you were allowed to drink in your dorms?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Really? Yeah. Oh yeah. It was as long as you were inside a room. You
just couldn't do beer bongs.
You couldn't do beer bongs, and at a certain the rules at my school, they
What
were
is
pretty,
a beer bong, by the way, just for clarification?
It's a funnel with a tube at the end of it, and so I made one. Right, I made a beer bong, and then I was in. It was a house on campus, and what pisses me off, Kath, is the RA that wrote me up watched me do everything. He watched me
then wrote you up?
Watched me pour the beer into the beer bong, watched me get all the suds out of it, watched me do the bong, and then wrote me up. And I was like, what are you writing me up? He's like, you're not allowed to do these things. I was like, well, why did you let me do it? Like, why,
Because until that point, you hadn't done it. And you know what I mean? No.
And that
I'm just
RA
kidding.
was Bill Gates.
No.
Right, so was shotgunning illegal? Because it's similar.
No.
Huh.
That's entrapment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like.
Yeah.
Entrapment. Yeah.
So, wow, that's it. I guess it's considered a more extreme form of binge drinking, and that's why they didn't want it.
Who knows?
There were funny moments where, like, 3 or 4 guys would be walking out of the hardware store with a funnel and a giant tube, and they're like, "Hey, what are you making?" It was like so plainly obvious.
Science project.
Yeah, Steve. Will Ferrell does beer bong in Old School.
That's right.
Frank,
Yes,
as Frank
okay.
the Tank. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
right
He's gonna do
before
one.
He turns into Frank the Tank
Yes.
after doing one. So, well, anyhow, going back to the Musk story, and then we got to take a break. The gold necklace that is up for auction includes an emerald from the Zambian emerald mine, which was owned by Musk's father, Errol, a wealthy South African property developer and engineer. I really don't know anything about his past. I didn't know that he came from money like that.
Nope.
Gwen said, when we went to visit Elon's mother in Toronto during the Christmas break in '94, Elon gave me both a small love, love, love note and the necklace. And his mom had a number of these necklaces in a case in her bedroom, and Elon told me that they were from his father's emerald mine in South Africa. He pulled one out of the case, and because I had not gotten anything from him as a Christmas gift, and I felt very guilty about that, he said we would consider the necklace an early birthday present for me. I wore the necklace for a number of years, on and off, and it's mostly been in my jewelry box for the last 10 years, always reminding me of Elon, of course. So she's selling this stuff.
It's got to be tough if you're the guy. I mean, listen, your girlfriend or wife or, was at one point involved with the wealthiest man on earth.
Yeah.
Got
to be interesting.
It's a tall order.
So if you're interested, you can check that out on the Boston-based RR auction and place a bid on that from Elon's time here in Philadelphia, which I did not know about. All right, I want to take a break because we have another guest lined up, and we are going to talk to her momentarily. She's going to be at the City Winery. It's Julie Gold.
Very
Judy
nice.
Gold. So we'll come back with Judy in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
They came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always.
Always.
When Damon first started.
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, give yourself 10 years. Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, it's going to take me 10 years. Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, just, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Right.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff.
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again, but. There's absolutely, a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
No, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
absolutely
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should be
get
allowed.
outta here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift a clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. It makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is also
pulling his phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really. He and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it, and
they were essential.
Yeah,
they were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era, and so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth, and it really was. It was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple years later, Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I actually don't, but I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles and there you go. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet, Pussy.
Yeah. No,
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy Galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
to play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Moneypenny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
He does have a
bonding
secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, and that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the word,
that's
and then
true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes!
Yes, and you have access to right. You can be on premises. Yes,
something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh my God, we found something in common.
I like spaghetti too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I cannot
right.
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Garshly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
So our next guest is going to be at the Loft at City Winery's show on this Saturday.
Awesome.
8 o'clock. I know Casey's really excited that our next guest is on because he's such a big fan of hers.
Been a fan of hers for a long time.
And
likewise.
We are excited to have her on. Please welcome Judy Gold to the program this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judy. You sound up and awake and ready to go.
Okay, well, then I'm a really good actor. Casey is my favorite. Casey is the bomb.
Wow.
She
In
loves
just
you,
a
man.
short amount of time.
Well, I wanted to make sure I popped on with her before we had her on, just so she knew what fans we were before we had her on. And I told her I hold her in this like comedy royalty, because when I first got into stand-up comedy, it was Judy Gold and Norm Macdonald and Louis C.K. and like all these guys that were playing it, like you saw it like Caroline's in the background. Yeah. And
no, you're right.
And you know what? I'm so glad we have you on. I have a question for you. And you know you're in New York City when you hear sirens on in the background.
So annoying.
No, in Philadelphia, we really can't make that joke anymore.
No. All right, so I have a question, and this is a joke that goes back to the 90s.
Okay.
There was a punchline because you were trying on clothes, and there was a punchline where the person working at the clothing store opens up the curtain where you're trying on clothes, and the punchline is, "I'm naked with a belt on."
With a belt on.
Okay. So my question for you is this: why were you wearing a belt if you weren't wearing any other clothes? Were you stealing the belt, or was it just a funny premise that you were naked with a belt on?
Okay, Casey, remember I said I liked you?
I knew it.
This has been bothering him forever.
You were like the coyote lighting a stick of dynamite in the shack.
It's a, I don't know. I mean, it's such an old joke.
It is.
But it's also, you've never been in a woman's dressing room where they just open the door and it's like you're trying on multiple things.
That would freak me out.
Yeah.
That would freak me the hell out.
And
That's a violation.
There was a place called Loman's that
Yes.
very right. Okay, Loman's, and I remember going. There was a little girl, was like an open. It was just like an open dressing room where it was just full of naked women putting on clothes. And I, like, as a little girl, I'd go there with my mother, and I'm like, "What the hell is like?" There were no curtains, nothing. People were just like trying on clothes in front of each other.
I remember growing up, and so I'm from New York, and I remember a number of different places where they had this bizarre communal try-on area, and I hated it. And we've had the discussion, and Judy, I think you probably commiserate. I don't like gym facilities where people wander around naked. I don't like it.
It's so awful.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know, but you know what? There's something even weirder that I've been to, which is in a men's bathroom. Sometimes we'll have troughs, and I remember being in a bathroom. I can't remember where it was, but the trough was a circle. So you were literally standing across
Penn Station.
Yeah, was it
Penn Station?
Okay.
Penn Station used to have that.
No way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is some sort of bizarre Amish peeing situation.
And it's so unsanitary. And
completely.
Then you walk in there in your shoes, and then you walk out, and it's so disgusting.
Judy, when you were growing up, how many times were you told? Because I know you talk about Jewish mothers and about the different things that you're warned. And my mother, though it wasn't a Jewish mother, but would always warn me. And there was always that sort of suggestion that when you went into one of these try-on rooms, that there was somebody behind the mirror watching, whether it be security. Did you ever get that? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm under surveillance. I remember
the paranoia is ridiculous. Yeah, they're watching because they used to say that at Loman's because they didn't want anyone to steal the clothes. I'm like, they're not allowed to look at you naked. I don't understand this.
Now you're from Jersey, right? You were born in and you went to school at Rutgers.
Yeah, I went to Rutgers.
Yeah.
So it was $2,500 a semester.
Oh my God. It's unbelievable.
Can you believe that?
That's unbelievable.
I wanted to go to Emerson in Boston, and I got in, and my parents were like, "No, you're going to Rutgers. It's $2,500. It's a good school. It was $25. My kids' college? It's ridiculous.
Judy, you couldn't get the books. You couldn't get the textbooks.
No.
You're well into.
You couldn't get the food plan.
Right. That's insane.
My kids aren't in school yet. I have a junior in high school, a sophomore in high school right now, and
forget it.
I know, and we're already stressing about it.
It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Why is it like $60,000?
Yeah, and honestly, and they actually did sort of a cost per actual learning time, some sort of diagram.
Yeah.
And this might shock you, but you're not really getting your bang for your buck.
What?
Turns out.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
you're
know that.
spending all that. Now, did you go for music when you went?
I did. So I went in. I was like, oh, I'll be a communications. I didn't know. My parents wanted me to be a teacher.
They said for $2,500 a year.
Yeah. But it was like I was I was a music nerd, and that's what I wanted to learn. Those were my favorite classes. So and I was just a general music major. I couldn't. I did have to have an instrument, which I did play, and I still play piano, but I played clarinet in the orchestra. I got yelled at once because I forgot my music. It was so embarrassing. But I was in the choir, and I was in the orchestra, and my main instrument was piano. But you don't understand. These people would go in these practice rooms for like 8 hours a day. I'm like, I want to smoke pot. I want to drink.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do this. So I was like a general music major, but I did have to do like a jury or at the end where you have to play something in front of these people. They're so serious. I can't even, any movie you've seen about these, musicians, these professional, I can't even.
Do you get PTSD when you see stuff like that, like Whiplash or Coda? Or
it's awful. Because you go in front of it's just they're sitting there and you have to just play.
Judging you hardly.
Judgy, and one little mistake, and it's like every nuance, everything.
Wow.
And I remember after my jury, one of the professors or I don't know, heads of the department were like, I really didn't think you could do it. Thank you. Thank you.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
It's so competitive, and you have to really have, really incredible OCD to sit there for hours and hours and just play the same passage over until you've perfected it. Do
you think in a way, though, there are a number of comedians and a lot of comedians and comedy writers that I respect that have pretty good music chops on various instruments.
Many.
Do you think there's something in the thought process?
Yes, I think comedy is all about timing.
Yeah.
And I think so is music. And you think about different, melodic. You can tell it's really early. I'm old. Passages, and they have a beginning, middle, and end.
Right.
They and especially when you go back to a chorus, it's sort of like a callback, something that it's very musical. And I know I've read that Fred Armisen doesn't like jazz, which I love jazz, and I think jazz
I do too,
is so, I love watching people perform jazz. And you see the fact that it's so in the moment and organic and this communication between musicians, and it's very much being in the moment, like it is being on stage. It's very musical, and you could write a joke and have one extra syllable that'll screw the joke up. It's literally one syllable.
That's what I love, and I've loved your stuff for years. And also your writing chops are tremendous, and there is that, and a lot of people don't understand that meticulous attention, that it all can pivot on a syllable. And, when you talk about, I consider you, Casey was right to put you in that Norm Macdonald, realm, because there's such an economy of language that I find so impressive, but it can really be that. And so the making it analogous to jazz is spot on, because, one little misstep can throw it off.
And it's also, you don't realize that if you use a word in a joke, that you used in a joke, 15 minutes before, it's not going to hit the way. So a lot of times you have to switch words around so that it's more of a surprise. It is very musical and mathematical too.
It's also
music is math too.
Yeah. Well, mentioning in music, like rhyming a word that is the same word, you can't do that.
Right.
What about in music? What about rhyming a word like, let's say night and ignite? They're two different words.
Right.
Are you allowed to do that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I mean.
Yeah.
We're going to hold you to this.
Night at Casey. What song has night and ignite?
It's a Fish song called Rift. One terrible night, it shocked and persuaded my soul to ignite. And I was like,
I don't think that's. Listen, I don't think that's right. I'm gonna step in here for you, Judy. I don't think that's. Yeah. I think that's too close.
Yeah.
I think it is too.
I can't.
You can do whatever you want to do in music. Yeah. What are you guys picking that apart? Come on.
Listen, we what is the Kid Rock the song that we hate, which is the riff on smoking funny things and doing funny things.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
You can't do it. I mean, they not only rhymed one word but two words. Funny things with funny things.
It's wrong.
But then you think about Dylan.
Yes.
There nothing rhymed.
Right. But that's a whole. It's funny, and it's so for a brief period in time, I did stand up, and people would sometimes interns coming through here will ask me about comedy.
Your face looks so familiar to me.
Well,
did we work together?
Possibly, or I look like every terrorist in every Die Hard movie. That could be it as well.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, the funny thing is that, and I'm sure you get this, and you have obviously a real, career, but there are no hard and fast rules. If the audience is enjoying it and they're laughing, okay, right? I mean,
Well, look. I don't know if you know, I wrote this book about free speech.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I can say that. I am old school. You are allowed to joke about anything as long as it's a well-crafted joke. That is my theory. You can. Oh, someone's at my fucking door.
It's all right. It's all right. Who is it?
I don't know. Someone keeps buzzing, and I don't even have my phone here.
Oh my God! Is it Jerry Seinfeld?
Yeah, he's definitely coming over. We're really close. No. Yeah, if the audience is here's where I draw the line. If the audience is laughing for the wrong reason,
yes,
when the audience doesn't get the joke and they're laughing for the wrong reason.
I agree. I agree with that.
Then I call that. Oh my God! I can't with the. Who is here?
There must be somebody important.
Is there a camera?
No. Oh, you should see the building I live in. It's just awful.
Don't tell me that you live in
bathroom.
Really?
I have one bathroom. Yes, I do have a house on Cape Cod. I don't know. I kept this. When I made the first money I made. Yeah. Oh my God!
Just answer the door.
You can answer if you need to. We're fine.
Go ahead.
Coming right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at my outfit. Do not look at my outfit.
Okay.
All right, we're not going to look at your red t-shirt.
We're looking away, Judy. We're looking away.
She's naked with a belt on.
It's just a belt.
By the way, is it so? I assume she lives in an apartment, and you can have through your phone ring the doorbell.
Yeah, with kind of like our ring. I'm
yeah,
sure
but not in an apartment.
So everything's connected digitally now.
Does your doorbell?
Oh my God!
Hold on, she can't hear us. Who was it?
This is what happens. I don't know. It's there's a buzzer thing, right? This is Julia. I wanted to let you know. Oh.
Are we good?
Oh crap!
What?
It was. It's the dry cleaners. I told them to come earlier. Too bad.
You gotta go get your stuff?
No, you know what? I'm so lazy that the dry cleaner's 10 blocks away, and I'm just like, I don't know. So they come and pick it up, but sometimes, and then you got to tell them where the stains are, and I don't know. I like dropping it off and telling them where the stains are because they put that little stick on it.
Yes, yeah.
So now the dry cleaner's going to be mad at me. I don't care.
Well, listen.
So, what?
You're promoting an event that's important. I mean, you're at the city winery, and that's so they'll just have to understand.
And I wanted to wear that blouse. Okay.
All right, you got time.
I'll drop
you
it
have
off
time.
later. Okay, now what are we talking about?
Well, can you tell me about your book?
Wait, I wanted to tell you because I kind of heard you. You go into the lobby, you press a code, and it rings on your phone, and then you say, "Hi, who's there?" Or you just press 9 and it buzzes the door open.
So it's connected. The system in the lobby is connected. It goes to your phone.
Right.
Well, that's kind of cool.
So you could be, in California and buzz someone into your apartment building.
I haven't lived in an apartment in a long time, so I didn't know they did that now.
The book you mentioned. By the way, I just want to say the book you mentioned is Yes, I Can Say That. When they come for the comedians, we are all in trouble. I also want to ask you about, I know you've done a one-woman show, The Judy Show, My Life as a Sitcom. I don't know if you're watching the Emmys last night, but
yes. Well,
the Brady cast was there.
You.
Yeah.
I did two one-person shows, and I'm actually in the middle of writing a show based on the book, which is coming out in the fall, in the spring, at 59 East 59th Street Theater. But that is such a good. So I was a Brady Bunch addict when I was a kid.
Likewise.
Yeah, this show that I did about the sitcoms was about my addiction growing up to these sitcoms, and I wanted to run away to these people's houses. I wanted to live with them. I wanted to go to the Partridge Family bus. I wanted to live with the Brady Bunch. But wait, you're gonna love this. So over Labor Day weekend, I was performing in Rehoboth Beach.
Yeah.
And I get this message from Eve Plum.
Yes, Jan Brady.
Yes, Jan, that she's performing. She was doing like an event because she has this Plum Goods. She has these home goods that are really cool. But anyway, so she was doing an event nearby. And so I had lunch with Eve, my partner, Eve, and her husband.
What?
And she told me while we were sitting, she's like, oh, I have to get a dress because we're going to the Emmys. I don't know what we're doing. So I said, oh, I bet you're doing something where you're like all looking, around at, but all they flew her out to say the cast of the Brady Bunch is here. Like, that's what I hate about show business. Like, she's going out and getting a dress and like, oh my God, I'm going to, be on the Emmys. I don't know what we're doing. And it's literally, ladies and gentlemen, the cast of the Brady Bunch is here.
And that was it.
That was it.
And they flew out just for that. I thought it was it was nice to see them. I agree with you. I find myself. Are you familiar with the streaming service Pluto? Because
I've heard of it, but what
Pluto
about
has
TV?
entire channels that are like the Brady Bunch and the Addams Family, and so it's a crate. You can just sit there. I swear to God, and like I love Me TV. I love
Me TV is the best. I love Me TV. But doesn't it make you feel? It's like chicken soup. It's like
You feel good. You feel it is nostalgic in all the right ways. And listen, I wasn't completely sentient when the Andy Griffith Show was at its zenith as far as popularity. But you catch it in reruns, so it feels like it's a part of my childhood as well.
Right. And All in the Family. First of all, I write in the book about All in the Family would never get on a network today.
Yeah.
Maude had an episode called Maud's Dilemma, a 2-episode arc where she has an abortion.
It was huge.
It was huge, and it was pre Roe v. Wade, by the way.
Yeah.
And it got on the air, and it was so well done. When I wrote the book, I went to the Museum of Broadcasting, and I watched that episode. And
have you met Norman Lear?
Yes.
Yeah.
I auditioned for him, and it was a night.
Was it? For what show?
Yes, because it was over COVID.
Oh.
And I have so many friends who are really close with him. And so he's just, he's unbelievable.
You know what's great about Norman Lear, amongst all of the obvious things? He started like he wrote for the Beverly Hillbillies. Like he goes all the way across and then changed TV, like a seismic shift, but always appreciated even that level.
But it's so interesting when I was doing my research, like Sherwood Schwartz, who created Gilligan's Island and the Brady Bunch. You don't realize that the Brady Bunch was the first blended family ever on television. And Gilligan's Island, his whole thought process was, let's get people from all different socioeconomic backgrounds having to get along. And those were you look at it and you're like, oh, this is just fluff. But it was all, at the time, it was like groundbreaking.
Yeah, no, it's cool. But I agree with you so much about living in that world. Like you want to almost, like that's why when they redid the Brady Bunch house and they actually.
Oh my God. When I lived in LA, when I first started living there in like the early 90s, I used to drive by that house and just sit in my car and stare at that house.
It's iconic, even though they though they faked that window. Yeah, it's you go right back. That's why years ago when I went out and you took the Universal tour and you saw, at that point I was a little kid, but the Bewitched house and all these things right by. It's like, oh my God, Leave It to Beaver. These are all the shows, but still, it's just something. It's visual comfort food. It's the best.
And the theme songs.
Yeah.
Like. That doesn't happen anymore.
They don't exist anymore.
Right. And some of them were like huge hit. Like Welcome Back, Kotter was a huge hit. The theme song.
But that's 30 seconds of ad time that you can sell, so.
Yeah.
Gross. Isn't it just gross?
Well, what are you liking today? What do you think is well done in the sitcom? Do you watch Hacks at all on HBO?
I did start watching it, and then I stopped, and I have to finish watching it. Yes, I love Hacks. I hate this. I mean, I don't hate it, but it's like a commitment. Like you have to take 3 days to sit in front of your TV like a fat F. And like, watch the whole thing. It's such a commitment. And so, yeah, we watch TV so much differently. Like the thing about that time period, though, when we were growing up, is that everyone watched the same show at the same time. And it fostered dialogue and discourse, and people started talking about these issues that Norman Lear was bringing up on the show, and the fact that you were so invested in those characters, like you felt like they were a part of your family.
You're right. I mean, you look at the Nielsen numbers from that time when you would get, it was not uncommon to get 30 million people watching a show all at once. There was a time when I could recite the TV guide in New York, pertinent to New York. Maybe when the cable channels came on, it became a little bit more problematic because it was, I'm not a genius for Christ's sake, but I could do it. And there were those, must see TV. And then there was, the all that stuff. You could remember the schedules. Saturday night used to be a big night for television.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
The Carol Burnett show.
Right.
And
Bob Newhart.
Yeah.
All that
and
stuff.
You think Good Times, the Jeffersons. I mean, and you talk about representation. Like the representation, was ridiculous. There were no Asian people. There was the courtship of Eddie's father.
Which I love, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you loved it, but that, when I did that show, the Judy show, I would have these talkbacks once a week. Florence Henderson. I became friends with Florence Henderson. She came once, and we talked about how TV affected, you. And I remember some people saying, I had never seen a black person except for on TV. I had never seen a Jewish person.
That's wild.
Except for, and that was their first introduction.
And let me ask you this, because we were talking about this earlier, and we got into the discussion of sitcom sets and where you entered from. And so you mentioned the Jeffersons. Do you remember which state facing the stage? Where did you enter from in the Jeffersons? Where was their front door?
It was to the right.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And what other one do we throw out there? The Brady Bunch was to the right as well.
Was to the right.
Right.
Family Ties.
Partridge Family was to the left, if you remember.
It
Family Ties.
was sort of in the middle left. Yeah. Okay.
But I mean,
like Happy Days was the middle.
Mm-hmm. Happy Days, the original Happy Days, before it was in front of a live audience, was to the left. When it became in front of a live audience, it was to the right.
Wow.
And for some reason,
Bob Newhart was the left.
Yes. And yet when he had the two shows, when he had the it was sort of in the middle.
Right.
Yeah. And these things are important to us.
Yeah.
And we can't let them go away because a set design, never forget.
I know. Good Times was the left. One Day at a Time was the left. I mean, now I'm going to be thank you.
Yeah. Give Me a Break with Nell Carter.
To the right.
To the right. In the back was Family Ties was in the back. Three's Company was in the back.
If you do the Norman Lears, All in the Family, to the right. Yeah. Maud, to the left.
To the right, yeah.
One Day at a Time, left.
Mary Tyler Moore, The Apartment was to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that apartment.
It was. I love when they. Go ahead.
No, that same thing. The first time I went to Minneapolis, I'm like, I have to see the outside of that house. It was only in season 1.
I love when they have outlandishly, like, what always killed me is, and Friends has come back into vogue as well, and they're running it often. But for what they were doing occupation-wise, that apartment was insane.
Yeah.
I used to get so annoyed. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But, it's funny because it is, like, my younger son watches it. He's 21.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do you see no one has a phone? No one's, like, staring into a phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. It's true.
Yeah. There were no phones. But, yeah, it's really crazy how that all stays with you, and it's such a huge part of like when I see and meet these people from these sitcoms, I'm like, oh my God,
You're like us.
And half of them are like veterinarians and and social workers now.
Yeah, you're right. They've moved on.
That's the level of celebrity we love getting on the shows from those shows. Those are the people that really impact us. But we're so thrilled you're coming to town because you're, obviously you're top of the tops and a repository of all this pop culture stuff that we love as well. Yeah.
Well, the City Winery is where the gig is. It's on Saturday, and you can get tickets through citywinery.com. You better go to your dry cleaner now, Judy, while you can, or you're never going to get that outfit.
We want to see this dress.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in.
Wearing a dress.
A blouse.
A blouse.
Yeah, it's a blouse.
All right. And have fun when you're here in town, okay?
All right. Thank you so much for having me. You guys rock.
All right. We'll see you later. Judy Gold, guys, on the Preston and Steve show. So you can get tickets, like I said, at the citywinery.com.
How's your hiney?
I had a couple of moments during that interview where things were rumbling a little bit, and I don't have to do the trot down the hole as of yet.
I saw you chugging a couple of times during that.
I finished off. I drank all. I drank all 32 ounces of my Miralax in preparation for my colonoscopy.
You're doing it the right way.
Yep. So hopefully it'll be moving along. It'd be great if it started right after the show, but I'm not counting on that. We'll have to find out.
Well, I don't know. You're a professional. You can pinch.
I can make it work. Tattoos Day. Text word tattoo to 39333. We are going to give away the Floating World Tattoo and Piercing gift certificate by the end of the program. You can check them out. Their artwork samples available at floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at floatingworldtattoos. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The new and improved.
Welcome, Lil Rel Howery, to the show.
What up?
This morning, Rel.
I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it was actually really dope because also last night, my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah. Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad.
Wow.
His dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape, but the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours, so when I show up on set, they already old, and when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics, and I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team.
Yeah.
And you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. This was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. I went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where like either this is gonna do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out, and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the reshooting?
It was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie,
and that's why it works. When they try to over yuck it up, that's when they screw it up. Because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing, and the movie got you into something else, and you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh, man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like, they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so if it's, for instance, like, it's not I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
Yeah,
so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pick to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
and paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it, and
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
and then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit, and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz He and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes. Today is the 18th anniversary of Nick McElwain.
Wow.
On the Preston and Steve show. How about that?
18 years ago. Is it officially the exact day? Do we know, Nick?
Yeah, I started on September 13th, 2004, back at Y100. And
what? May I ask why you remember that date?
Because it was 2 days after 9/11.
Oh, okay.
And I felt it was just a little weird or a little awkward when it happened. And because we were only 3 years removed from the devastating day of 9/11, 2001.
Right.
So it was just like, wow, this is sort of and we talked about 9/11 because it was a Monday and it was our first day back. So 9/11 that year was on a Saturday. And then here we are 18 years later.
I was going to say there's no, I couldn't believe that you remembered that. There's no chance I remember the date, but because there was such a huge event surrounding it, I understand.
Do you know the legend that goes with this, though, Nick?
I don't.
Yeah.
Is there a tradition?
There's a tradition, yeah.
Okay. Wow.
And it goes back to the early days of broadcasting, but no broadcaster can refuse any request on his broadcasting anniversary day.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's like a Sicilian wedding.
Wow.
Yeah. So any request,
like waffles, for example.
No, you don't get to request.
No.
We request of you.
Oh, you guys get to request.
Yeah, you don't get.
No. You go get Steve some waffles.
Nick, can you get me some waffles?
Well, I was thought maybe we could share them, Steve.
It's not like in The Godfather, you know, that no Sicilian.
Right, okay.
But it's the same thing ports over to broadcasting.
I thought I got a.
No, you have to. In other words, people can bring their request to you, and you have to honor them.
All right, deal.
I can remember when I could narrow it down to the date. I could look it up when we decided that Kathy would be a member of the show.
Yeah.
I know when it was.
It was the day after
John Ritter died.
John Ritter died.
So when was his death?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up, but that's when it was. That's when.
Do a quick Siri question.
Do you guys remember where you interviewed me to be on the show?
It was at Qdoba?
Nope.
Where we interviewed you.
Yeah.
Was it a restaurant of some sort?
It was.
Okay. Was it Quiznos?
Nope.
Okay.
All right. So John Ritter died in 1948, Kathy.
No,
that's the day he was born.
So Kathy was. It was September 12th, 2004. It was the day before we hired Nick.
No. He died.
He died on September 11th, 2003. Oh, so September 12th, 2003, not 2004.
2003.
Yeah, but I think that I started, it was either October or November.
Yeah, it was that day that made me realize, okay, she's our gal.
Yeah.
She's one we want to hire. But that,
Thank
I
you,
don't know
John.
when we officially told you because you got to go through the chain of
You
command.
told me
and all that
shortly
stuff.
after, but I had actually my mother-in-law was dying at the time, and so there was just a lot going on. So after she had passed was then when I came and was like, okay, I can start.
All right, now I'm trying to remember where
It's
we
got to
took
be Panera then.
where we took Nick. Hold on a second. Was it in that building?
It was no.
Was it Mexican food?
No. It is a chain.
It's a chain.
Was it the
Baja
place
Fresh.
No.
The place we went
Not
to.
Mexican.
Wait, what was the place we went to with Bill when we all met with Bill to come over to?
That was Maggiano's. Was it Maggiano's?
No. Oh, okay.
All right, I'm just trying to. Was it near Conshohocken? Because that's where we were at the time.
Yeah.
We had met Preston. We were at the Manayunk Brew Pub when we met
with Bill.
And Chuck.
Kathy, when you joined the show, I don't know if it was the same for you, because I know that when I joined the show, you had been on for about a year, and I tried out 3 different times. I was on in the morning, and there were a couple other guys that tried out too. I think John Vaughn had tried to be on the show for a stretch, and then maybe there was one other guy. So I did 3 sample shows with, by the way, Bill Weston's permission and Pierre's permission, because it was at Y100, and I was still working at MMR at the time.
Oh, wow.
So those guys said it was okay, and so thanks to them for that. And then Preston, I had to interview with Jim McGuinn, and Jim officially hired me after you guys gave the blessing. But yeah, want me to tell you?
It was Cracker Barrel.
It was Cracker Barrel. Yeah, it was Cracker Barrel.
We took you to Cracker Barrel?
Sure did. Yeah.
Nothing but the best.
God.
Man, they got good grits there.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was funny.
I do like Cracker Barrel, though.
And
I do too.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I can work with these guys. We're going to Cracker Barrel for the interview.
You know,
Right.
I will say, we used to go out to eat together a lot.
We did. We would go out after the show, and we go out to eat. And
I missed that.
Nick, we should go back to Cracker Barrel, and we should get you some rye bread.
You know what? We'll celebrate your colonoscopy and my 18 years.
Well,
can you imagine?
Today you can't refuse our request.
That's right. Yeah,
so I'm still waiting on the waffles.
But if somebody was born the day that I started, they can vote now.
I know.
That's what boggles my mind.
Well, you finally get a vote on the show.
Oh, good.
So
after
I heard
18
that right.
years.
Yes.
18 years later.
Wow. But intern Joe was already there. Joe was there longer than I was, and Kathy had been there for a year at that point. And
we started here 2005.
Yeah, May 16th, 2005, I think, was our first show here. It's
pretty wild.
Wait, okay. And so the whole September 11th thing, it was not the year it happened.
Correct.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking, and I was like, wait, this is not adding up. Okay.
But it was that Saturday.
Right,
And,
okay.
and so it was just 2 days after the 9/11 anniversary that year. So,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're all caught up. Happy 18th anniversary, Nick.
Thank you. Appreciate
on the
it.
Preston and Steve show.
Workiversary.
It is indeed your workiversary. All right.
Regular waffles are fine.
I need to. Oh, you know what? Since it's Sad Tuesday, I got this email. I wanted to read this real quick, and then we'll do the bizarre file. Excuse me. This is from Ben Rogers Petro. He said, "Hey, I'm a big fan of the show and have been for many years. In fact, I'm a recent Tattoos Day winner and have an appointment this Friday for my new tattoo. I'm getting a radio tuned to 93.3, which is really
awesome.
cool. But he said, I'm a musician who grew up in Roslyn and went to Temple for music theory with a classical piano concentration. I happen to have an exciting week ahead of me, and I'd like to share. On Thursday, I'm playing with a great band at World Cafe Live called Freya and the Daydreams. And the very next night on Friday, I get my tattoo. My own rock band is then playing our debut show at the Rusty Nail in Haverford in Ardmore. The band is called Cheeky Vandals. I wanted to give him a little plug because he's getting a President Steve tattoo.
That's very nice.
And he said the spelling Cheaky is a nod to the Beatles. And I am the lead singer, songwriter, and guitarist in the band. So excited to find our place in the great Philadelphia music scene. We are in the studio working on some fresh music, which we hope will be out soon. So check out our band on Instagram at Cheeky Vandals and keep an eye out for us. So there you go. I thought I'd mention that, Ben. Thanks, and I can't wait to see the tattoo.
What's the Beatles reference? What is that?
The way they spell it. So the Beatles, Beatles instead of Beetles. Same thing with Cheeky. So they're spelling it
A lot of
that
people
way.
don't realize that is beat as in musical beat Beatles.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people do.
All right, so good luck. Enjoy the tattoo. And remember, you too, my friend, could end up with a Preston Steve tattoo. Just text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll see if you win before the show's over.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, that present comedian Jay Moore, who's going to be there Saturday, October 8th. Tickets are on sale at livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Maybe you saw this, but a large black bear recently crashed a 2-year-old Connecticut boy's birthday party and helped itself some cupcakes while it was there. Laura Durst says that she was hosting a party for her son. Listen to this. When the grizzly suddenly popped up behind a guest and sniffed her.
Surprise!
Could you imagine?
Oh, my God.
Give me my regular Saturday night thing.
My regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
Durst says...
Can you fart?
She...
Oh, God.
Stop it.
Oh, here you go.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Durst said she panicked. While
Harvey Weinstein.
half of the adults at the party grabbed their children and took them into the garage. Other guests jumped into their cars and started honking their horns, but the bear remained unfazed. The animal eventually made its way over to the dessert table.
Don't mind if I do.
And started stacking on some cupcakes. Well,
I don't mind if I do.
Durst.
Look, they have those little ice cream cups where half is vanilla and half is chocolate. And, a wooden spoon.
Durst says all of the partygoers ended up waiting out the bear's visit in her house.
They are so cute, though.
They are, and they can slice you in half.
A New York woman has been sentenced to 4 months in prison for interfering with crew members aboard a flight from Dallas to Los Angeles last year that had to be diverted to Phoenix. Kelly Pichardo and another first-class passenger engaged in intimidating behavior on the flight, and both women had to be removed from the plane after it landed in Phoenix. Authorities said the women each assaulted a passenger during the flight and used racial slurs when a male passenger asked them to stop. Pichardo also allegedly spit at the man when he tried to record the altercation. The case was investigated by the FBI and Phoenix police, and the two women were indicted for disorderly conduct for verbally and physically assaulting other customers and flight crew members. Usually don't hear a follow-up, so
No.
4 months in prison.
Were they drunk?
They didn't say in this particular story.
A lot of times people get hammered before they get on a flight.
Pichardo has been ordered to pay nearly $9,200 restitution to American Airlines as a result of the altercation.
You're driving me to Phoenix!
So now they're driving. They can't fly, so now they're going to drive to Phoenix. I guess that's the deal. All right, in Kentucky, a woman survived going over the falls at the Cumberland Falls State Park. 911 got the call.
Hello.
About 3:15 on Wednesday, witnesses told officials a woman had fallen into the river and went over the falls, landing downstream.
Jeez.
When rescue crews got there, officials say the 36-year-old woman was swimming to a large rock downstream of the falls. She was able to swim to rescuers, and officials say she was checked out by medical crews at the scene and wasn't even taken to the hospital.
That's amazing.
She told rescuers that she was upstream taking pictures when she dropped her phone in the river. While trying to get her phone, she was swept away by the current.
Fortunately, she landed on a duck.
And the Cumberland Falls is about 68 feet high by 125 feet wide, reaching depths of up to 400 feet at the base of the falls. So it's incredible that she survived that. I mean, even that's not a gigantic fall by, some falls that you hear, but still 60 some odd feet.
And all that water coming down on you?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually, I don't think I told you guys this, but when I was in the Grand Canyon in Havasu, I got swept over the falls there. Now, granted, the drop was, 5 feet or whatever, but the water, it just, I didn't expect it to be as powerful, and
that's what people don't realize. Is what they say: an inch or two of moving water can move a car.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that deep. It was probably like 3 or 4 feet deep max. And I was like, "Oh crap!" Because they warned me to not do what I was doing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Yeah. What did we tell you? Mm-hmm.
Get in that canoe now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. An Oklahoma man has been charged with stealing $12,000 in Pokemon cards on Saturday morning.
Man, you don't want to be in prison on a Pokemon, conviction.
According to police.
Yeah, I murdered my family. I burned down a building. What did you do? I stole Pokemon cards.
A gaming store was stolen from. Windows and display cases were shattered, and about $12,000 in Pokemon cards and merchandise were taken. Police said blood that was found inside the store was a DNA match for 24-year-old Nicholas Garrison. After arrested, he later admitted to entering the store without permission and taking merchandise because he needed money. He was charged with second-degree burglary. But, I mean, some of those cards are really, really expensive.
That is true, yeah.
Full sets, yeah.
Right.
Let's see. Passengers on board a Spirit Airlines flight gave a standing ovation Thursday night, but not for the landing. A nurse on board was able to save a life 36,000 feet in the air when a baby suddenly stopped breathing on the Orlando-bound flight. Ian Cassette witnessed the dramatic scene play out when nurse Tamara Panzino's quick thinking was able to save the day. Panzino said, when you have to step forward and do what's right, you do it. It was just a happy story and it made me feel really good. Cassette posted a video of the baby returning to smiles when the passenger stood up to cheer Panzino's success. Cassette said the parents of the 3-month-old Angele were terrified. They had never experienced this before. They praised.
Do it!
the positive energy of the plane and the heroic actions of Tamara for saving her. So
It's amazing.
Yep. All right. And that's all we have time for now in the Bizarre File. Hang in there, because when we come back, we'll have a lesson question. We'll see if you can win, as well as the trash and music news. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. APOLOGIZES.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back, we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
buns
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I'm surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't
This
mind
is
riding along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching
Stop.
it out. Your pod is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear.
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like, it's
packs
like,
a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
But
Yeah.
that's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I'm your new cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Tattooed 39333, potentially winning that. And don't forget, tomorrow we have your chance to win Pearl Jam tickets. Tune in early, as we will have your opportunity to snag those from our program director, Bill Weston, his own private staff.
And you got to figure PD's going to get some damn good tickets.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I got an email from Eric that said we don't know. Could be lawn seats, could be pavilion.
could be
I don't
horrible.
know. So we're going to have to wait and see tomorrow morning. So no promises on that, but you will be able to go to the show courtesy of Weston. So get yourself set for that. We're going to do today's lesson question, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets to dine, dance, and take in the amazing views aboard Spirit of Philadelphia. And the question that we're going with this morning is this: what weather-related term could also be a 90s era alternative star? 215-263 WMMR. I uttered this earlier this morning. What weather-related term could also be a 90s era alternative star? 215-263 WMMR. We said that. It was around 8 o'clock this morning. If you were listening, you heard it, you know. Call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Water Ice. Rita's is still open, so stop by today and enjoy pumpkin perfection at Rita's Pumpkin Milkshakes. As I should say, Rita's Pumpkin Milkshakes and Concretes are back. Be cool and get one of these delicious, fantastic treats only at Rita's. What's up, Steve?
Well, Jacob Elordi and Kaylee Spaney will play Elvis and Priscilla Presley in a new movie to be directed by Sofia Coppola. Priscilla promises to tell the story you, quote, have only heard 41,267 times.
Hey!
Leonardo DiCaprio, 47 years old, is reportedly actively pursuing 27-year-old model Gigi Hadid. DiCaprio has been mocked for dumping girlfriends once they hit 25, says Gigi has that mature, confident sexiness that only 2 additional years can bring. And finally, Britney Spears, saying it's likely she will never perform on stage again and no longer finds joy in it. Spears says after being freed of her conservatorship, she finally realized that there's a great big world out there that still hasn't seen her balloon knot. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. What weather-related term could also be a 90s era alternative star? And our first caller in was Ryan, so we're going to go to him. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
This is Mr. Smidge Muggy.
His name is Smidge Muggy. You're correct, yes. Hang on a second, Ryan. Smidge Muggy is the correct answer, and we are going to give you a pair of tickets to dine, dance, and take in the amazing views aboard Spirit of Philadelphia. Departing from Penn's Landing, a dinner cruise on the Delaware River lets you relax and enjoy the beauty of Philly's historic waterfront. You can book today at citycruises.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, Muse News brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. So we just played some Motley Crue, and I'll start with this story. Tommy Lee lashed out at San Francisco fans who were offended by his calls to expose themselves on camera during the band's concert at Oracle Park last week, telling them to grow the F up. Several fans took him up on the invitation at the all-ages show on Wednesday and revealed their genitals on the stadium's Jumbotron for the 30,000-plus attendees, according to multiple media reports. And one attendee, Juan Alvarez, in the audience, has decided to file an indecent exposure complaint against Motley Crue with the San Francisco police. He was saying minors and everyone was forced to see people nude on the big screen, and everyone was doing it around us, too. The San Francisco Giants confirmed that audience members filed numerous complaints about the concert, but Lee wasn't having any of it. On Sunday, the drummer responded in an expletive-laced Twitter post talking over a news clip about the incident, and he's going, "Oh, my God, boobs and penises. What are we going to do? Yo, Juan, I've got a question for you. What do you expect to see at a Motley Crue concert, dude? We've been doing this for effing ever. And he added in the caption, "The world is too soft. Been doing this S for years. Juan, Motley Crue concerts aren't PG and never have been. Grow the F up." Lee has been encouraging fans to lift their shirts and drop their trousers for years, but even more adamantly since posting a full nude frontal selfie, or full frontal nude selfie on his social media feeds in early August. Over the weekend, he told the crowd at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas that he had opened an account on OnlyFans where he can be as naked as he wants to be.
Yeah, apparently that's his desire.
Yeah, but they definitely, Crew, have had naked people at their show.
Oh, yeah.
For decades. So, the LA District Attorney's Office has issued a rare update in the investigation into Marilyn Manson's alleged sexual abuse. More than a year and a half since the LA County Sheriff's Department confirmed that it launched an investigation into the musician, whose real name is Brian Warner. LA County District Attorney George Gascon announced in an Instagram reel that his office is requesting regular updates on the status of the investigation. He added that we are hopeful that the LASD will present the case to us sometime this month. So that's it. It wasn't much of an update, but...
Yeah, they usually just wait until they have something.
Yep.
But they just miss us.
The man who shot and killed John Lennon outside his Manhattan apartment building in 1980 has been denied parole for the 12th time, New York corrections officials said on Monday. Mark David Chapman appeared before the parole board at the end of August. Chapman, of course, shot and killed Lennon on the night of December 8, 1980, as John and Yoko were returning to their Upper West Side apartment. Lennon had signed an autograph for Chapman on a copy of his recently released album, Double Fantasy, earlier in that day.
How many years does he come up between parole hearings?
I think his next one's going to be in 4 years.
All right.
Yep. Or, no, I'm sorry, 2 years.
All right.
So state officials have yet to make transcripts of Chapman's latest board interview available, but he has repeatedly expressed remorse in previous parole hearings. Chapman called his actions despicable during his hearing in 2020.
No remorse?
And said that he would have no complaint whatsoever if they chose to leave him in prison for the rest of his life.
I need you to stop talking.
He said, I assassinated him because he was very, very, very famous, and that's the only reason. And I was very, 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 very much seeking self-glory, very selfish. He is serving 20 to life sentence at Green Haven Correctional Facility, north of New York City, and next due to appear before the parole board in February of 2024. Stained guitarist Mike Mushuk has revealed that Stained is set to release their first album in over a decade. During an interview with Western Mass News, he said that the album will be out sometime next year. And that's all he had to say about that.
I got to go now.
Stained are currently on their Evening Stained tour.
Press has gathered for that.
Ozzy Osbourne admitted that reuniting with Black Sabbath was hardly ever clear sailing for him. While chatting with Apple Music Zane Lowe to promote his new album, Patient Number 9, on which Sabbath guitarist Tony Iommi appears, Ozzy admitted that being in a band again with Iommi was tough. He said, the tours were like stepping back for me. It was the same old thing. Tony would say, it's not an Ozzy show. It's not your band. And there was a lot of unsettlement. I didn't enjoy it, you know.
Lucky.
And he went on to say, when I left Sabbath, I did okay. I did good.
Yeah.
The difference was I was a singer in Black Sabbath.
I thought it was a dancer.
It was my own band now.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. If somebody got up my nose, I'd just get rid of them, he said.
I have big nostrils.
If I don't like a certain sound, I'll say I don't like a certain sound. But you couldn't
He's
say...
cryptic like that.
You couldn't say that to effing them. Oh, yeah. Well, F off. He felt constrained being back in a band situation where he didn't have the final say. He said, that's what I meant when I said that it was like reverting back. It was like you have a relationship, you go back to it, and it's like starting the same again.
Preston. Jing. Sorry. Preston. Jing.
Oh my God!
All right, and then finally, don't forget, MMR presents live Friday, November 18th at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem. How about
that's
this?
a good venue.
Tickets go on sale this Friday at noon, parkscasino.com, and, ooh, good God.
Okay.
You gotta go?
I gotta go. You gotta listen to Pierre's show this week
Go.
to win tickets. Go to WMMR.com for complete details and another chance to win tickets for MMR VIPs. We gotta take a break. I gotta move. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little. What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla look-alike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my
preface.
show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartz," and that was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James." And I was like, all right, cool. And he goes, yeah, it's a part for you. And I go, okay, great. And he goes, yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother. I'm like, that's amazing. And he goes, yeah, you're a gay brother. And I was like, I've been doing a lot of gay stuff. I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, no, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay. And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. And I was like, yeah, this is way different. Way different.
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish. It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
want to buy? Insanity.
That's not
that
you.
That is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
you never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the piece of information?
Did. I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay.
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah. I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. Okay. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and she's not an alcoholic or anything. I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for
cheers, guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh, didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
They're
Country-
3-minute records.
country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains and divorces. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, you know, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but yeah, it was another. Here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country
well,
stereo.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They
in
name
the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there,
Yeah, we
Presbo.
do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah.
rest is
I've only
history.
been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus. Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's just
little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible. This is Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy's hard.
Who's wore those cowboy hats, too, when I see him on
Yes.
TV? I mean, you know.
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on,
Yes.
on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling
when it
you
came
guys.
on, yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling
much.
at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him
Right,
at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking toward trains.
Well, before I get to that, it would have been Neil's 70th birthday yesterday. So rest in peace, Master Neil Peart, the professor. So twice we've had 2 songs that we've had to play. I had to zip off to the facilities, and I might have to leave during this little segment as well.
You held out for 90% of the show. That's pretty good while you're doing colonoscopy prep.
Yes.
I'll give that a thumbs up.
So far, so good, but it's coming fast and furious. The pains are hitting. So before that, though, we played new music from The Struts, a song called Fallin' With Me, a completely different sound for those guys.
Not struttish.
Yeah,
I didn't think so.
I only got to hear like 30 seconds of it,
Yeah.
and then I had to head down the hall. So, but I'm looking forward to hearing more of that. Thank you to our guest, Matthias Tarnopolsky, President and CEO of the Philadelphia Orchestra, live in London or Philadelphia.
We literally thought he was in London.
We thought he was in London. He's in
What's it like
Philadelphia.
over there?
I swear to God, when I booked the interview, the lady said he was in London. I think he was.
But he's back now.
No, he's back.
On
And
London Street in South Philly.
that's where he
right.
was.
Yes,
so
yes.
nice to have him on. And also comedian Judy Gold.
Yeah.
Performing at the City Winery on September 17th. You can go to citywinery.com for tickets and information about that. Pierre is obviously here. Already spoke a little bit. How you doing, man?
I cannot believe on a colonoscopy prep day, having had a few. Have you ever had one before?
He has my third, yeah.
Yeah,
I've done it
think
before.
I've done 3 of them. Wouldn't you guys took, and well deserved, I might add, a few Mondays off over the course of the summer. Wouldn't you have scheduled one on a day you didn't have to come in? I cannot conceive of doing a radio program, particularly a conversational radio program.
It's tough to get these appointments,
That's
believe it
true.
or not. There are a lot. It's hard to get them. And the weird thing is the day before, you don't know what time you're going to get it.
That's right.
Until like the day before. So I was just kind of like, yeah, schedule it. I'll do it.
Oh, my
God. One time we did, though, I had to call in sick. I couldn't make it. I was like, I wouldn't have.
It was too volatile.
Yeah.
I've done 3,
timing-wise.
and I've done them all and come in and done the show.
You've done them on the day of a show?
Yes. Yes.
I cannot believe that. Because it's not, as I like to say to people, the thing itself, once you go in there, is nothing.
Yeah.
But the day before is not a day to go calling on friends.
Right.
Oh,
And
hi,
it's not-
how are you? Excuse me, do you have a facility?
It's not necessarily crazy unpleasant. It's just an inconvenience, and that's all there is to it. So, but yeah, so we're dealing.
What prep juice did you drink? Because there's a bunch of different ones.
Miralax.
Okay.
So you take Duralax, the pills.
Right.
And then you start chugging Miralax.
Right.
That stuff
And
is...
it's usually Gatorade you're mixing it with.
Yeah. It just runs right through you.
I just had one a couple of months ago, and but I took a day off.
Don't you hate Gatorade? Gatorade for me is a sickness drink. It's or a prep drink. I hate it.
Right. Well, now I'll forever associate it with the day before the day of. But God bless both of you for having done that. I mean, there's cause for dedication to work. I don't call in sick unless I'm really sick. And yet there's days to call in sick. And that's a day to call in sick. So. Here's to both of you. I'm going, why are they playing 2 songs and making more fart noises than usual?
Oh, dear Lord.
And now it's all come clear to me.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's wrap this up.
Let's do it, please. All right.
Anything could be coming along any moment now.
Letter of the day, sir?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
R as in rear end.
Yes, or running, or runs, whatever you want to do.
Rectal.
So we have a trip or two aboard the Philly Sports Trips Ultimate Bus Trip to MetLife Stadium for the Birds game on December 11th. Pierre's going to be driving the bus.
Yeah.
Trip includes transportation, tailgate with beverages.
I don't know what I'm doing. Whatever you want me to do.
Catered Philly-style food and tickets to sit with hundreds of other Birds fans, and packages are on sale now to join the party. And you can go to phillysportstrips.com today to book yours. So we give that away on Friday. What's up on the show today, ma'am?
We got more Nick Mason, formerly, still with or of Pink Floyd fame, doing an early Pink Floyd tribute at the Miller Theater, formerly the Miriam Theater. That's September 23rd. A pair of those to give away. And you just announced the live show at Parks Casino, which goes on sale on Friday, which will be November 18th. And I've got tickets for those to give away. And workforce blocks of Queen, The Record Company, and Eddie Money, who we lost today in 2019. So, workforce blocks.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Oh, and by the way, Tattoos Day. I need to give this away. Our winner is Doran Snyder of Percy. And Doran gets $350 gift certificate to Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can check them out 1729 South Street. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. I'm going to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow, busy day, live on Fox. Good day, secret text word. Kevin Hayes of the Flyers will be joining us. We'll also have Justin McKinney, who is a comedian in town. And we're going to talk to Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad. He's got an interesting proposition for those who are going to be doing Dollar Dog Night. So we'll talk to Kyle, and also Pearl Jam tickets tomorrow morning. Your opportunity to win those. Make sure you tune in. That's it. We're done. Ray John, have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.